Like Ruin and Drazer are going to be late,
Really?
and KB is just always late.
You'd be always late. Yes.
We have things to do.
We're,
How dare you?
Huh.
Did you tell Ruin, or did you just tell us?
Oh, that's true. He wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Prack brought
forgot.
this up earlier when we were hanging out. He's like, "Yeah, of all of us, Ruin doesn't know." I was like, "Oh shit, he doesn't."
I forgot there's not a perfect overlap.
Yep. So, surprise.
Well, life is full of surprises.
Mm-hmm. My brother is pretty sure that you're gonna have Tiamat fly in with a steel chair from the top rope.
It's a good thing to have a brother with an active imagination.
All right, now he just asked us that Tiamat and a Tarash playing Yu-Gi-Oh with a deck of many things.
Mm. That certainly sounds thematic for the kinds of things that I run.
Dude, that would just be the ultimate. Like, just put the players in a cage and just have two people playing with the deck of many things to decide their fate. That'd be messed up.
Yeah, the only problem is that if that happens, I'll never hear the end of it. You'll just keep pestering me in perpetuity.
From the nth dimension, bro. When you let me out, come on.
No, I had this guy once. He kind of got himself into this situation, and I think some elder god basically put him on his own abandoned planet, and he kept pestering me and writing letters. This is back in the days before email, I think,
Mhm.
explaining why this was unjust. And I was like, look, if you want to play that character, I can't stop you, so just leave me alone.
But he's in the 7th layer of hell. You gotta let him out. Dude, it's a game.
Yes.
This is what we refer to as your character is essentially dead. They accept it, move on.
Well, yeah, and if you don't want to accept it, don't accept it. Just leave me out of it.
Right.
Enjoy your time on your planet trying to survive against nothing. Like, I don't know what to tell you. There's not even food there. Like, how are you alive this long? Create food and water. See. Just
Yeah,
let it go.
something along those lines. But yeah, it was interminable.
Unless he learned Banish. I mean,
It'll be up on the VOD.
well, no, because the planet's not even a plane, so it's not like
Yeah, I have no
like
idea
you can
what to
banish
expect.
yourself back to your proper plane.
You can if you have banishment.
But he's on a planet. Like, he would already be on his plane.
True.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Like that's kind of a loophole to that one. I guess I'll die. I don't know.
Maybe you'll just all walk away, agreeing to disagree. Like, well, I can certainly see the situation from your perspective, and even though we don't agree, I respect you enough to just shake hands and walk away. It can happen.
Although I disagree with what you believe in, I'll fight to the death for your right to say it.
I'll fight to the death with you for your right to say.
Right? Hey, Raul.
Hello.
Hola, señor.
Hello, hello. Hola, señor. Etc.
Wow, based on those rolls, Mother doesn't even know what's going on.
Mother doesn't even know. Well, then it really must be an obscure situation.
It turns out Mother only knows stuff from before. Now she's absolutely useless in every bit of information. Hey, what's gonna happen? I
So when you
But
said
yeah,
you're a
exactly what I have actually described before, Baron.
yeah, so when you say you're a farseer, you're really just a historian. Got it.
basically.
Watch as I amaze the audience with telling people what already happened.
Well, it was
Wow.
unexpected.
The past is never dead. It's not even past, as someone once said. And history is ever being reconstructed anew in every possible present.
And in every one of those possible presents, Drazer is eating somebody's leg.
That is true. That is the one constant
Constant.
of every time stream.
Yep.
Correct.
Quite. I was a little shocked to discover that the biggest thing that's driving our society apart right now is people complaining about the Velma show, but from different perspectives.
Yeah, I've heard about the Velma show.
I actually watched a couple of them. I mean, I didn't think it was anything.
It's the
It's
new
like
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, it's a Scooby-Doo origin story. Well, yeah,
Like
except he
every
doesn't really-
cartoon nowadays.
Okay.
pretty much.
Except
yeah.
everyone except Fred is a different race, but Fred is still white, I guess.
Yes.
Oh no, I haven't
Therefore,
watched it.
a
Not
possible.
being racially inclusive. Like I get your point,
No,
but like at a
no,
point,
nope, you can't say that because of what Velma says. Because Fred is white,
oh,
I can't even claim racial inclusivity anymore.
I'm so tired of it. Like, there's a point that inclusivity becomes exclusive, and I feel like we're getting closer and closer to that every day, man.
Sure.
Well, a lot of these discussions are driven by people who have become completely disconnected from anything real. And I'm not talking about any one particular political tendency because I think it's rife on all ends
Yeah.
of the political spectrum.
I 100% agree with that.
I think that there's a difference between wanting to be included in a group and then expecting to be at the front of the line in every single part of it,
I like that statement.
as well as the fact that a lot of people, when cutting in line, have never experienced being punched in the face before. So I think that there is a general inclusive idea that physical contact is now extra. It's not a requirement anymore. Everyone's behind the screens, and when someone gets physical, they think it's extra when it's actually just plain common sense.
Sure.
Yeah. I have a feeling this discussion is headed toward somewhere.
Anyway, don't they call Shaggy by his first name?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, everyone.
Isn't Shaggy his first name?
No, his name is Norville.
His name
What?
is Nor-
Yeah.
What?
It's always
Is that
been
canon?
Norville. Yeah, it's always
Is
been
that
Norville.
It has
Bullshit.
always been Norville.
That's not
Yeah.
canon, is it?
It
There's
is.
no way.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, that's canon, and I mean anyone who knows anything about Scooby Doo knows that.
Yeah, it's always been
I
Norville.
learned
I
that
watched
in
the shit out
Mystery
of it.
Incorporated.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Scooby Doo. I never knew that. Like the
Mhm.
old
In
school
Mystery
Scooby-Doo.
Incorporated,
Yeah.
Shaggy's parents called him Norville.
Yep.
I
Was
love
that
that
was the
show,
live
by the
action
way.
one, right?
No, that was the really, really dark one that they did.
Yeah, don't worry about it. If it didn't traumatize your childhood, it's no point in watching it now.
It was the
Oh.
prequel, essentially, to everything. It was the prequel
Oh.
to the old shows.
Actually, you know what really ruined Scooby Doo, and this happened quite a while ago, is when
Scrappy?
they started.
Don't say
What?
Scrappy. Scrappy was okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
Scrappy did his share in ruining it. That's undeniable. But yeah, that was just super annoying. But the thing that really did it it wasn't just one annoying character. It was the when they started having real monsters on the show, which kind of killed the whole premise.
That is true, because like the whole point was there was just common
that's
people.
fair.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. There's this
Yeah.
dude at work, and he just totally looks like a Scooby villain. I pointed this out to the boss once. And he was like, "Yeah."
Nice.
I mean, just like everything about the guy, from like how he talks to how he looks to just like how he walks.
Did they yeah a lot?
He's not chill the fuck out anymore.
I don't know. He's just
Wound up.
he's not wound up. I think the way that it was put by the boss.
Yeah,
was,
Norville
I'm not
Rogers.
really sure how Bob can be a human being.
I think
Which
he
I think
went
pretty
by
much captures
Shaggy
his essence.
because he
pretty
never wanted to
accurately.
live up to his rich parents' like societal standards. So he just wore, was just he wore long hair and was a hippie and just
Yeah.
became Shaggy.
So yeah, I think that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Yep, and that last stuff was Velma.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the movies were pretty bad.
The first one?
Even the first one wasn't as bad as the subsequent ones, but it was
I
still
bet.
bad.
But what's
Can
his name?
imagine.
But what's his name is in it? Freddie Prinze Jr.
Yeah. So is what's his name, Damian Lillard, who
Yeah.
happens to be a D&D player.
I know, and I was impressed when I found out that he was the voice of Shaggy and then played Shaggy.
Yeah. But I don't think you really have to be a great actor to play Shaggy. I actually was in a campaign with this dude once. He was the worst player ever, but his character was named Norville, and he was basically Shaggy, and he talked like Shaggy. And I mean, he pulled that off really well. He actually did sound like him, and he said the same kinds of things Shaggy would say. But the reason that it was impossible to play with is because he was one of those druids.
Oh, one of those druids. Yep.
One of those druids where like every time there was an animal, he insisted on having a half-hour conversation with it. And it's just like, all right, let's do something else. I'm listening to you talk to this goat.
All of a sudden,
At a
all
point.
of the fauna in the forest just died.
I wish.
Oh wait, were you a fauna at the time? Ah, what a shame. Ah,
Yeah, I was like
So
when
close to having speak with plants.
I was like when my wife was playing one of the campaign game. I'm sorry. Hey,
Someone didn't want him to say that.
I feel like he's gonna come up with the druid lore.
yeah, can you tell him Umbreon won't stop barking?
Okay. So basically, his wife decided that in the start of her campaign for her first character, she was going to be a druid that loved nature and all nature things, and no matter what nature was, she cared for it. And then immediately, our first mission, like we get together, we spawn, we're in the tavern, we meet everybody, a boar runs in, we all run out, start clobbering it, and she heals it. It's like, bro, I get it, but come on, it's a giant boar trying to maul us. We hit it again, heals it again. It's like, stop, I'm gonna kill you. Swear to God.
Okay, so yeah, the main question here is, did you get into a PvP with your wife?
No, I ended up shooting an arrow through a window with a rope tied to it to hog tie it, and then everybody held her down while we dragged the boar off. And then the paladin ended up taming it and turning it into his mount.
The paladin mounted it and tamed.
Mm-hmm.
This
and
is,
then rode off into the sunset with it, never to be seen again after like 2 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing killing your wife's character is probably just about the worst thing you can do in a marriage.
Oh
There's
no,
We
few
killed our
things-
character later.
we did kill her character later. Yeah, she switched characters. That character, the druid, went off and became a big bad, and we ended up killing her.
I took her head.
Yep.
It was worth. I never forgot the 4. My character was an avid bacon eater, and she took the bacon from me. I was not happy.
Didn't her
Wow.
second character become your armor or something?
Yes, I
Mhm.
wore her second character's soul as armor.
Yeah. So her third character was fighting her first character, while her second character was protecting Solo in the same fight. It was an interesting thing.
It is. It was interesting.
That was the best armor I think ever in the existence of D&D. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, no. When a new DM doesn't know how to make items, things are pretty good.
It was light, heavy plate armor with 21 armor with an anti-magic barrier placed into it. It was gross.
That is so strong.
I was a barbarian with like 24 AC.
Is it like a radius? It was like an anti-magic field, or is it just
Yes, it was a
targeted?
field.
Oh, I don't even want to tell you about the bow that I ended up getting. Like,
Or
It
the
was-
sword I crafted from like dragons and gods.
yeah, I mean, in all offense to him, he was a brand new DM, and he didn't know about item balance, and he just
And
wanted
it
to have
was-
fun, and he
I
did.
enjoyed the fuck out of it, and it actually got me hooked on D&D, and here I am today. So
How did you miss that?
I don't know.
Sorry, Dammy said something in chat. He said, "How did he miss this?" It's because he didn't play.
Oh, but yeah, my great sword. It started out just as a regular great sword. Then I sharpened it. Got
It was
the
in Dan's campaign.
a magical enchant to hold the sharpness. Then magically sharpened it. Then infused it with green dragon poison, and then did like some extra modification to get it like implanted with a machine that consistently coated the blade in the poison. So basically, every single swing of this sword did like 2d6 plus 8 plus 3d10 poison. And then I was a barbarian. I was a reckless or a fury barbarian, rage barbarian. I don't know, whatever the one that you get like 3 attacks. And basically, my average damage a turn was like 85. Ah, it was so good.
Right,
Problem is that he made everything immune to poison.
I'm gonna walk away for a minute or two, and when I come back, if Ruin is here, we'll get started. If Ruin is not here, we will also get started.
And we will kill him.
And you will kill him.
Immediately.
Immediately, yes. Right. I'll
The
be right
angry god of the alligators rises up from the ground and takes him to the underworld with him.
So, what's the plan?
The catacombs, right?
I think we did YOLO something that we really want to do. Like, what's the quickest thing we can get to that we wanted to do?
Didn't we also encounter a particular person waving at you folks when we were coming down from the Eagles? He seems to recognize you.
That's the guy. The
For the nails.
Yeah, he tasked us to take a shipment of nails to is the map up?
Oh, he's the
Yeah,
first
well-
person we killed.
It was to
We just suddenly become evil.
Was it Phandalin that we need to take the nails to, or was it Ice Spire? No, it's I thought it was further west.
Sorry, what's the question? I just came back.
Was
I
it
believe it was
Phandalin?
in Phandalin, yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, he tasked
At
us
least
with-
from what I remember in my books.
Yes, your books are correct. And they ended up not ordering any nails, and we went to take the nails back, and just all of a sudden, magic coincidence, there's some goblins on the road that want to buy all the nails.
You sell the
Just
nails to
really
the
go.
goblins.
Coincidence. Okay.
Yes,
So,
awesome coincidence.
And this individual was the one who sent you the first time?
Yes.
I see.
Oh, George.
What did you do to the nails?
I think
Did
we
we
brought him
just?
back to Tribor and turned him into the authorities.
Yeah, or something. I think we just left him in the warehouse, right, with the cart.
Hmm.
We
We
took
kept
the
him.
cart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The commander
Yes.
has our testimonial. That's what I wrote in my
I have a
notes.
signed document from the.
Commander Erkin Hellith, I think.
Sounds familiar. Birkin.
This individual is now currently above the catacombs.
Yeah, and he's probably. I mean, I can't imagine he's gonna be happy because he didn't get any money for the nails.
Maybe he did. Maybe he got paid to get him out of town.
I'm sorry, did something happen with the nails? What exactly happened with the nails?
I don't know. After
They
we
were
turned them
cursed
over.
nails.
First nail.
They were cursed nails.
We were unable to sell them in Phandalin, so we left them with the constable at Tribor.
Oh, was he not at Tribal when you got there?
No,
Nope.
He was at. Oh, I see.
everyone
Area trace.
he had left, and the storehouse that he was using as a storefront turned out to be a front and was empty by the time we got there, which is oddly enough where we left the cart,
Hmm.
as it was an empty warehouse.
And this is the individual that we are currently circling.
Yes.
This is the individual that you're currently circling, but I don't remember who, but somebody did spot. I think it was Ralston. Various figures that seem to be moving about surreptitiously behind the outcropping. So you know that he has support. So yeah, he walks forward and he says, I will send it to you. You are an unpredictable lot. And that is worthy of some respect.
Hey, thank you. The
Yeah.
butt coming.
Not so much of a but. I
But
think
it was a
you're
crate of nails.
probably aware that
Not a
there
bag.
are interests here that are, or at least have been, opposed to your own. Although I'm not entirely sure what your interest is. But you see, you've carried your fallen comrade here. That is also commendable. What do you intend to do with him?
Planter him in the jerky and sell his jerky off as a
We
nice little
intend to lay him to rest at the base of at the top of the mountain.
Why this mountain?
It is what he asked for, I believe.
Curious request, but he is a curious type. I don't believe I have ever encountered his like before. So I have no objections to him being laid to rest here. But there is something which I am going to be asking for. And I think you know what that is.
Do you lay claim to this land?
Do I lay claim to this land? I absolutely do not lay claim to this land.
Oh, I was just wondering because you said you have no objections to us resting him here, so I was wondering why you would object in the first place if this wasn't your land.
I object to certain things that you have done, and I have it within my power to stop you from doing whatever it is that I object to. That is not one of those things. But yes, to reiterate, I lay absolutely no claim to this land.
I have my objections about you, but we'll hear you out, I guess.
Well, I think I've made my demands fairly clear. That's really the main thing.
I wasn't here for
Aside
those
from
demands.
that, I could ask you to stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Although you have already set things in motion that are working out as they should be. So not only am I under no illusions that if I were to ask you that, you probably wouldn't do it, but in a sense, most of the things that you've done are actually in the interests of me and those who are of like mind. The destruction of Saltmarsh was a very, very nice touch. That's actually the main reason why I'm not having you killed right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we would have been able to pull something like this off, but you did.
Oh, you're mistaken. We did not destroy Saltmarsh. We were defending it.
To the
Right.
ground by lighting it on fire.
And who's this we you're talking about?
I belong to an order.
Mother's gonna sniff the air, and I'm gonna try and sense if there's any undead nearby.
What's the range on that?
60 feet.
Okay. How do you normally do that? Is it a perception roll?
Just sense it. It's just as an action, you can open your awareness to detect forces. At the end of your turn, I know the location.
Okay.
There's no behind total cover.
There are no undead
Okay.
in the range of that power.
Alright.
So, yeah, he says, I would be willing to share things with you, but you are so chaotic that I'm under no illusion that doing so, even in the unlikely event that we come to a meeting of the minds, would result in anything useful from my end. And most of the attempts that I have made to collaborate with you have fallen short because you are, again, so chaotic.
Okay. You can't really blame the nail thing on us.
I'm not blaming anything on you. I, in fact, have just commended you for doing something which I think is useful for pretty much everyone, at least in the long run. I think it will set things right that have gone wrong. I think in the long run, it will probably save lives and maintain order and perhaps even keep whole nations, peoples, cultures, however you want to phrase it, alive for a longer period of time than if things continue going the way that they're going.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, but I will need the stone. That is something that, given everything that has just been said, I do not want to leave it in your possession.
Look at Algalon.
You look at Algalon and he's just spacing out and he looks up at you and wait, did we do something? I don't
you do
understand what he's I don't understand what he's saying. We is it because we helped the Nate? Wait, you want my stone? Did I hear that right?
You
He
did.
wants the stone, Algalon.
I don't have this in my notes, but what race is he?
He is human, as far as you can tell.
I figured as much. Oh, no. But thank you for the offer.
That wasn't really intended as an offer.
Trader's
Oh.
gonna pull the stone out.
I apologize. It shouldn't have been asked as an offer then. Either way, no.
Trader's gonna pull the stone out of the bag.
Okay.
Oh, you mean this stone?
Yeah.
Trader's gonna try to swallow the stone.
Okay. It's not. What form are you in?
Goliath, I guess. How I'm trying to remember how big it is. This has a softball, right?
It's like an
It's
orange.
Goliath Online.
Yeah, it's like an orange.
We are still currently riding giant eagles, by the way. We're not on the ground.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
not on the ground. Oh,
Oh, I thought we were on the ground dismounted talking
yeah, I
to
thought we
him
were
more.
too.
I thought we were still in the eagles. How long do we have those, by the way?
Actually, I sort of vaguely recall that their time was close to expiration, if not expired.
Yeah, more than likely. It lasts an hour, and I don't think I extended it. I'm checking my
Yeah.
stuff now. Oh, I did extend it. My bad. I have a meta magic use, so 2 hours total.
Right. But I think, yeah, that's the amount of time that you had to travel on this day in order to reach here. I do have at least a vague recollection of that.
Yep, fair enough. So
Bring the eagle back down,
Yeah.
I guess, with the others.
Oh, I guess Drazer doesn't have a bear maw. I mean, his mouth is bigger than normal, but even a large mouth, I don't know if you can swallow an orange.
Not cut a hole into my chest.
You're gonna cut a hole into your chest.
Yes, and then shove the stone in.
Whoa.
I
That-
am gonna go ahead
How
and
did we get
cast
here?
Channel Divinity, and I'm gonna do Nature's Wrath. Just try and grab a hold of him real quick.
All right. Well,
Oh,
I guess it's
boy.
time for initiative. Even though I
I
don't know if
guess
this guy's
so.
ready for it, but I don't know if he really
Sam,
needs to do anything.
I'm gonna click the token first,
yeah, click your token first, KB.
and then roll the initiative.
Oh, he's got a. There you go.
Nice.
Mother of all times, I need you to roll high. Come on, girl. Yes!
I think I erased the old
Cheated
one
by once.
for Ralston.
Yeah, Raul, you're gonna have to roll again. He erased it.
But
Want me to roll again?
no, don't roll again.
Okay.
We need. Oh, Baron is on there.
Yep.
And
Just trying to get everything set up in a way that I can see everything. Sorry.
Ruin, I guess, is dithering. So I'm gonna have everyone except Razor roll insight. Just I mean, since he's
Oh,
Or well,
Damn.
no. I guess Drazer is kind of initiating this. So Drazer, roll an attack against yourself with whatever it is that you're using to cut a hole in
Do I have advantage against myself?
I have a motherfucking insight. Holy shit.
23. So that breaks my armor class of 15.
Right.
Or 17.
Okay. So roll damage against yourself.
7.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is sort of counterintuitive to hit yourself with a longsword, so I guess you're still kind of getting the hang of it. It's well, it'll be an effort at this point to shove the stone in the size of the hole that you have made, but let's see what happens. Now it's Ralston's turn.
I'm just standing by watching this. I'm not trying to help or assist. I'm just like, what the fuck is he doing? I don't really know what he's trying to do. I just see him with the stone and then like cutting a hole in his own chest, basically. Or is he trying to force it in at this point?
I've done this like 3 times already with the rock gut things. Those worms a long time ago.
I guess I'll just kind of like.
I don't know if any of them were there.
no.
Maybe that's
Okay.
not a great idea. And
Yeah.
I want to look. Can I kind of ascertain how many individuals I see moving around by this outcropping?
Saw at least 2 others. I
Okay.
think, when you were landing.
All right. And roughly how far away is this outcropping from me?
So it would be, gonna say 80 feet.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Other than that, I'm just gonna stay put and just watch this unfold.
Okay. Baron.
So unfolding before me, we have our own party member cutting a hole in his chest, jamming a magical rock into it.
Oh, at this point he's just cutting a hole, but I guess he has produced the stone and is holding it in either his other hand, or I mean, if he's like stabbing himself with both hands, then I guess he's like got the hilt of the sword and the stone all bunched up the palms of his hands.
Since I'm gonna say he doesn't have the best grip on it, can I attempt to swipe the stone from him?
You can. Roll sleight of hand. Are you resisting, Drazer?
Yes.
All right.
But he's also busy doing something.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I mean,
big opportunity.
he does have hold of it, so that's going to be resisted by. I guess I'll say athletics. I mean, technically, yeah, this is kind of like an athletics move. It's like trying to protect the ball from someone who's.
I was gonna say, can I silvery barbs him then if this is a thing and give myself advantage? But
What's
he
that?
already rolled. I was gonna ask if I could silvery barbs, but he rolled while I was like about to say it.
Yeah, well, you can attempt that next round if there is a next round. Mother, you think you understand what he's trying to do, even though it's completely bizarre.
Right. Mother is going to reach into her bag, bring out some feldspar and some seeds, looking directly at Drazer and just giving him an eye of, please don't make me do this. I will bring it down if you do not drop the stone, Drazer. And I will ready an action to bring down a moonbeam on top of him.
With any sort of trigger?
if he either attacks the party or tries to bring the stone closer to him.
Okay. Razor, you are up.
All right. So just to clarify, is it an action to put the stone into my chest and into the hole?
Yes, because I mean it is effectively an attack.
Yeah. And that means I still have my bonus action, all right? So I would take the stone, put it into my chest, and then with my
Moonbeam.
bonus action, I would rage. Is why.
Okay. Roll an attack to jam the stone into this hole, which would, if you're successful, what you're doing is you're essentially enlarging it.
Yeah. So it's a 12. That's lower my AC.
Okay. You are having trouble. Well, okay. You raging before or after you were doing this?
I guess I would rage beforehand.
Okay. So you do not manage to shove the stone in the wound that you have created. However, just the pain resulting from you trying to shove it in will cause you. I'm gonna say this is slashing because I mean you're kind of like tearing the gash. So you take 2 points plus your strength plus your rage, whatever that is.
Plus 2, so 6 added to the 2, so 8 divided by 2, so 4. Okay.
Feldspar and seeds go cast out. Moonbeam comes down. DC 12 Constitution save.
Constitution?
Yep.
I'm saying we're just gonna get here. What are you guys doing? Oh, we're killing Razor.
20.
Okay. Half damage, so 5 radiant. Shapeshifter makes his saving throw with disadvantage if it fails, and also instantly reverts. Hold on, let me just put the whole description in. But that stays up. I'm gonna just look at him. Don't make me bring it down again. And you cannot shapeshift.
Why
Alright.
can't he shapeshift?
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam, baby.
Really?
Yep.
That does okay.
It is a major druid killer. So
And
please don't make me do this.
vampire killer.
Presumably. Alright. Algalon, you're up.
What is George's reaction to all this?
George?
Isn't that the name of the guy?
Oh, no, his name is Dollar.
I thought it was George Dallart. My bad.
His name is Dollar Nicklart.
All right, what's his reaction to all this?
Well, he may have passed himself off as George, so George is fine. Yeah. What is his reaction? He just has a look of complete bemusement on his face. And I mean, well, since you're looking to him, I'm gonna save that till the end of the round, but he basically says, Drazer, no, you're not the only one who can cut this stone from the belly of a beast. And he just like folds his hands on his chest and continues watching.
What's he wearing?
He's wearing winter gear. It looks like he has sort of light armor underneath.
Light armor. Okay, so like kind of like hides or leather or something.
Probably not hides. I mean, hides are pretty easy to distinguish, and plus, I think they don't even count as light armor. But it's probably boiled leather, most likely. I mean, I guess just judging by contours. He does have a quiver and a bow on his back, and he has a sword which is sheathed at the moment.
All right. Probably not studded.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, with the winter clothes on. Okay.
Yeah. So, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I am going to see. I think Drazer's doing this out of kindness, so I am going to try and see if I can spot his pals, Dellert's pals, because I heard they were shuffling around back there somewhere.
All right. Roll perception with disadvantage because these rocks are quite sizable.
Right.
And you haven't really heard much from them. So, you don't see anyone at the moment.
Okay, then I'll just end by saying that. Is that what I'm gonna end? Okay, bonus action. I'm gonna use cast Shillelagh, so I got that going.
Okay.
And then, I'm just gonna say, Mother, I'm pretty sure Drazer's doing this for protecting the stone, not destroying it.
What?
But yeah, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. George, we'll say to Algalon, with the same bemused look on his face, what were you planning on using that for anyway?
It is of no concern of yours. My business is my own.
Yourself. Austin.
I mean, not just kind of look over to Drazer and Mother and just well, guys, let's all calm down. Don't need to do anything rash. And I'll call it a turn. We'll pass it. I'm not gonna get in the middle.
Baron is next.
So just to check, Drazer has the stone or is still trying to put the stone in?
He's still trying to put the stone in. You can see
Okay,
it.
we're gonna try this. They want to, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna look at Drazer and say, Drazer, I'd really appreciate it if you would put the stone in my hand and stop what you're doing with a suggestion.
Right. Would be a wisdom save, I believe.
It might. Let's see.
Usually a
No, that-
barbarian's biggest weakness, the wisdom.
All right.
Does that beat your save DC? A match?
I'll say I put it in chat.
I got a
Yes.
11.
Oh, I see. That wasn't his roll. All right. So what's the suggestion?
Said it. He needs to put the stone in my hand and stop doing this.
Okay.
And I held out my
Technically-
hand, obviously.
Technically, you can only do one suggestion.
All
But
right.
I'm not saying that to the group. I'm saying that to you, chat.
So
we'll see how the DM plays it.
Mother.
Seeing Baron is trying to attempt this and not entirely sure if it's working or not, we'll move the moonbeam to the side, 5 feet to the side, so it doesn't directly hit Drazer, but we'll bring it down again just to impact the ground. Showing she's still not going to take any shit, but she'll go ahead and take a look over at George. See, Algalon is looking in the same direction. Could I take a look and see if I can see any of the individuals over there? Or would
Sure.
that have been my
Go-
action?
No, you can attempt to glance over in that direction. Still at disadvantage though.
Disadvantage, gotcha. That'll be a 14.
You do not see anyone at the moment.
That will be my turn.
All right. Razor, you are compelled to give
Yep.
the stone to Baron.
So I would you guys do that?
Okay. So he comes over and places stone in Baron's hands. And as you do so, you will bleed for an additional 2 points. That's
God.
it's a rather big gash you've attempted to open up. So it will require attention to find it. Technically, it's not any kind of damage that rage would cover. But I guess since it kind of originates from a slashing wound, I'm gonna say it counts. So you can have it if you like. Algalon.
Yeah. I am going to. Man, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I am going to tell this guy here that yeah, there is no way you're going to get this stone. And I'm going to walk over to Baron to try and get the stone from him so I can have possession of it. What is
Alright.
your business with the stone?
You say
Um,
to George as you're trying to get the stone from Baron?
Yeah.
Can I respond now, or do you want to wait?
You can.
I've seen what it did to the alligator. I don't need that doing the same thing to Drazer, and I would gladly hand him the stone.
You hand the stone to Algalon.
Don't let him take it back.
Okay. At this point, well, for now, after Algalon's turn, subsequently remaining to be seen, An additional individual walks out from behind one of the jagged rocks making up the outcropping. This individual is an elf. He's dressed not dissimilarly to George. He is wearing winter traveling garb. It looks like it's nice. Looks like it's trimmed with fur, cuffs, collar, probably of animals that are native to this continent. And as he walks out, for all intents and purposes, he appears to be unarmed. But as he walks out, he says to Algalon, Algalon, give me the stone. And now you get to make a wisdom save.
Do I see this?
Oh yeah, everyone sees this.
It's a reaction, right?
Silvery Barbs is.
Yeah, I want to. Can I silvery barbs this? I'm asking because I used suggestion in this current turn, and it hasn't rotated around to me yet, so I might not be able to use 2 leveled spells.
Yes, you cannot use 2 leveled spells. That is true.
Because I could just let that go and maybe get away with it, but that's not right.
So that's a no.
If you're saying I can't use 2 leveled, it's still technically my rotation I've used suggestion on, right?
Yes, it's the same round.
Then yeah, because silvery barbs is first. So
All right. So Algalon.
you got this, buddy.
18.
go.
Don't mess with the mind of a druid or the smarts of a druid. No, that's still intelligence. The wisdom? Yeah, 18. No.
All right.
Unless it's like a 22 DC, then screw me, I guess.
But now facing an archdruid.
Right.
Would be a little bit tacky.
That's
He is not dressed as any druid you've ever seen. I mean, he looks like he cares about appearances. So, yeah, I mean, his traveling gear is very nice. I mean, he looks like he could be a runway model if he decided to choose another walk of life.
It's Baron's brother. Sorry.
Yep, be Baron's brother. Yeah, he looks more stylish than Baron.
Damn.
How? I make myself more stylish than him. Fuck him.
You can do that on your turn next round.
So yeah, before the turn's over, did George ever answer me?
In response to
What he wanted with the stone? Or did he just brush me off?
he says, I want to keep it out of the hands of unpredictable people like yourself.
So yeah, I'm gonna use the remaining of my turn to move away from them, and then I'm going to ready. No, my action is grabbing the stone, isn't it? Darn. So I can't hold my action. Or is that a free action to grab it from Baron?
Baron gave it to you. So, I mean, taking it from willing donor would be a free action.
Sweet. So I will hold my action to cast Spike Growth if they get any closer. And I am going to... It's going to hurt my friends, but I'm going to put it directly... It's going to be centered basically to put the most amount of distance between me and them. So they have to get through the most amount of Spike Growth, which I understand would hit probably my party.
Right. 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 It is the next round. And it is Ralston.
Okay. Sorry, I was talking to my wife briefly. What was that wisdom save, Algalon?
I was given an order and I
Elf.
politely turned it down.
Yeah, an elf emerged from behind the rock and asked Algalon, who had just been given the stone by Baron, who had taken it from Drazer, or who had been given it by Drazer. The elf asked Algalon to give him the stone, and Algalon did not.
And Baron, why was Baron going to cast Silvery Barbs? Or thinking about it?
To give me advantage on the roll.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
I just suggested someone and then watched someone try
Okay.
to suggest him. It's like, God damn it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, start backing up with Algalon, and I kind of want to hold a spell action, but if I do that, I basically cast the spell, right? Whether or not it goes off. Is that how that works?
Yes.
Wait, say it again.
If I want to hold like an action to cast a spell, whether or not like the conditions of the spell are met next round, it still is considered cast, right? Like I have to burn that slot as soon as I hold it.
Yes.
Okay. Like what are these? What's this elf? Like does he have weapons? Is he carrying, or is he?
Does not have any obvious weapons.
Okay.
George does. He seems like he's armed as a mercenary or something, traveler in the winter. The elf has nice lined robe, but he doesn't seem to be displaying any obvious weapons.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm just going to back up with Algalon, and I'll hold an attack action with one of my crossbows if they launch any sort of attack at any of us.
Okay.
And I'll kind of glance over to Algalon and say, I guess you don't want to give him the stone?
I will destroy anyone who takes the stone from me.
Okay, there we go. All right. That's my turn. You're up, George.
All right. George, at this point, withdraws his bow and knocks an arrow. And he has it trained on Algalon at the moment, but he does not shoot yet.
Yeah, okay.
Aaron,
Where am I standing in comparison to the person who's watching?
to the person
Like
that
Avalon.
you were just next to him because you handed him the stone, but then Algalon, did you take a full move, Algalon?
Yeah, 30 feet back. Or 25 feet back, sorry.
Yes.
Is
that
it
was-
past me, so I'm between the two of them?
Yeah. At this point,
Damn.
Oh, and I meant to tell you, Baron, silvery barbs, you have to hit a disadvantage first and then give advantage to somebody else.
I was gonna disadvantage the suggestion. Or can I disadvantage the suggestion? No,
No,
I can't.
you can't.
I know. Sorry, I said it about ability.
Anyway.
It said about saving throws, so that's why I tried, or I was gonna try. A question: is this George person look like one of the guys I saw at the bar?
no.
No.
No, those were fully armed men. George is slighter, more wiry. He does not look anything like them.
Does he
he's
sound like the bird?
bearded? Does he sound like the bird? Which bird?
The crow that I heard talking.
Oh, you have never heard
Okay.
this voice before.
Was Barrett, I'm sorry, just were you with us when we met him originally? You weren't, right?
No, probably not.
Okay.
'Cause,
I think so.
No, he wasn't.
um, So I'm between the two of them. I am going to attempt to persuade the guy that he doesn't need to do this. The stone's in safe hands with Algalon. We'll make sure that nobody gets a hold of it. As you see, we can handle ourselves. We already stopped somebody that's significantly bigger than me. Or I already stopped somebody that's significantly bigger than me doing something with it. And I'm hopefully going to persuade him to relax.
You're trying to persuade the elf?
I'm trying to persuade George to relax. The stone's in safe hands.
Okay. Roll persuasion. All right. Doesn't lower his knocked arrow in response to your persuasion.
A decent roll too.
That's all you can say. Mother.
Okay. Algalon is running back. Baron is
Running,
beside
he's
me.
walking.
Okay. I'm gonna have. Wait, is Baron still next to me, or did he go forward?
I'm standing like basically in the middle between Algalon and George.
Okay. Mother is gonna go ahead and jump over towards Drazer. Pat him on the back and jump on. Just, if you would like to change, now would be the time. If you would like to possibly even the odds here. I'm sorry, well, I didn't want to hurt you. And I will go ahead and pop. I dropped 5 from you, Drazer.
Something like that. Don't worry about it. I'll be good. I don't need any.
I drop a lay on hands, put 5 on you.
Okay.
And that will be my turn, but I will jump on his back. At the ready if you decide him to change into a bear.
Are you allowing this, Drazer?
Yep, not fighting it.
Okay. It is your turn. As Mother is climbing on your back, you do take another point of damage.
How much? 1 damage?
Yeah, 1.
All right. From a bonus action, I'm going to shapeshift into a bear.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how far away are we from, or am I and Mother from the closest, the guy with the arrow, or the elf, whichever one's closer?
So, well, the guy with the arrow, I guess we'd already established was 80 feet away, and the elf came out is pretty much an equal distance, even though he's not right next to George.
All right. As a bear, I get 40 feet of movement. So I'm going to double move to get to the guy with the bow drawn, wherever direction that is.
Okay.
Ooh.
I don't know which direction it would be.
So you get right up on him.
And then once going to roar in his face just for the joy of it.
Okay. You do. What's the area of effect of the spike growth?
Spike growth. Oops. Spike growth. When I cast it, is a 20-foot radius.
Okay, from where you were then. So you do have to move through the spikes.
Oh, I said if they were going to advance towards us, I would cast it. I'm holding it.
You didn't cast it. Okay.
No, it's being held right now.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Do you have your back to them? So as you're walking away.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on them. Or I'm sorry, I don't have my back to them. I'm backing up from them.
Yeah, same with me. I wouldn't turn my back on him.
If you're backing up, then you're probably not. You probably did not move your full
25.
speed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I can go half.
Yeah, you moved half.
All right, 12 and a half feet.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So Drazer has advanced on George and roared in his face as a bear. And the elf has emerged behind the rock. Says, "What? Look away. I am talking to you." Flame. And now you get to make a dex save.
Ooh.
14.
14 will kill. In this case, so bolt of lightning emanates from his hands and finds its way to you.
Oh, it's not gonna feel good.
Damn.
Holy shit.
The 39 points of lightning damage.
I am down.
Holy fuck. Can I get my held action as well?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna shoot at him. 25 to hit.
All right. That'll hit.
10 piercing.
Because 14 was a fail, right?
14 was a fail.
All right, yeah, I'm down.
Right. So, Alston hits this guy with his old action shot. Right. That is that.
Very unceremoniously.
What is your held action? Algalon is down. Algalon can make a Constitution save.
A Constitution save or a D20 roll?
A D20 roll that is a Constitution save.
Fair enough. I have +0, so it works out.
Okay.
Fail.
It does not work out.
You have one failed death save. And Ruin, who has been dithering up until now.
As old people do.
As old people do. So yeah, here's the scene. Arrived at the outcropping, this guy stepped out, which I think happened at the end of the last session. There was a parlay where he basically commended you for destroying Saltmarsh, but said that he needed the stone and that it should be given to him. Drazer attempted to cut a hole in himself and to shove the stone in it successfully. Baron commanded Drazer to turn the stone over to him, which Drazer did. An elf stepped out from behind the outcropping and demanded that Ogalon, who was now holding the stone, give the stone to him. Ogalon did not and began walking away, at which point the elf apparently cast a bolt of lightning at Algalon and dropped him.
See, I was reading, but I think the lightning bolt woke me up. So
Yeah. So yeah. You can roll initiative, which you just did.
and we're 80 feet away. You said.
You are all 80 feet away except Algalon, who is now 92.5 feet away. The two of them.
So this elf is a spellcaster. Is George look? What does he look like to me? More martial?
George,
Stealth archer.
possibly martial. He's got a sword in a scabbard, which is still sheathed. He was knocking an arrow
see.
after Algalon failed to turn the stone over.
Okay.
He had been just talking. So yeah, he has a bow, a notched arrow. He has a quiver on his back. He has a sheathed sword. Both of them are wearing winter traveling garb. Elf seems to be nicely dressed with fur trim on his robe. But the elf has no obvious weapons, though he did apparently just cast a lightning bolt.
Okay, and
Also, the bear and mother are right in front of George.
okay, Drazer tried to put the stone inside of him and then changed his mind and gave it to Baron. So Baron has the stone now.
Roll an Arcana for me. I mean, that you would have been able to do even if you were reading. You're pretty sure that there was a succession of suggestions that were just cast. There was a suggestion that was cast by Baron on Drazer, apparently successfully.
I see.
Which caused Drazer to cease what he was doing and to give the stone to Baron. No one cast anything on Baron as far as you know, but Baron turned it over to Algalon.
See.
And then
And
the elf
so-
stepped out from behind the rock and apparently
And shot him with the lightning bolt. So it's on
But
Algalon's
before-
body right now.
Before the elf cast a lightning bolt, he seems to have cast a suggestion on Algalon that,
I see.
as far as you can tell, was not successful.
Oh my. Okay. I think I'm up to speed. Thank you.
Yes. So, all right, you are now in the initiative order. Let us rejigger it. All right. Let us start with Ralston for the time being.
Okay. I am going to. I mean, I really just kind of want to use a spell for it, and so I picked it up. So I'm going to, centered on that elf, cast silence.
Okay.
Legitimately, me and mother over here whispering back and forth, like, okay, I'm gonna silence. Can we get somebody to like grapple him so that like
Yeah, there it is. I
We're
don't
making
have,
plans.
don't have all the like effects like range. It's 120 range, concentration, one action. Then if I can I as a bonus action pick up Algalon?
You can. Well, no. That would be essentially a grapple, so that wouldn't be a bonus action.
I was gonna
So I
say, isn't
couldn't,
use
drag him
object?
either.
Isn't
Like, I
use
basically can't
object an
interact with
action?
him at this point.
After having cast silence. You can like give him something, but you can't pick him up or drag him, no.
Can I give him a health potion?
Yeah, that you can do.
Okay, then yeah, I'll feed him.
Except he is down, so you're not actually
Yes.
handing it to him.
Well,
So
administer, essentially. That'd be more of an action.
yeah, administering is sort of different. If it's a fallen or dying individual. So yeah, I'll can play something in his hands, but yeah,
It's not good. Just put the
yeah,
health potion in his hand. You got this, buddy. And then walk away.
exactly.
High five.
Yeah, given if he was up and functional, you could give him a potion, but since he's
Okay.
down, you cannot.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll cast silence, and then I'm just going to. Uh. Do I want to move at all, or because I kind of want to? Yeah, and then I'll just kind of stay by Algalon with the intention of either trying to stabilize him or feeding him a health potion next turn if he's still unconscious. Um. Yeah, we'll call it a turn.
Okay.
I'll just yell out, "Oh, Algalon's down.
Playing
No one can
its
do anything."
turn. All right.
I can scroll here, but I can't scroll.
George
Here.
sidesteps the
Interesting.
bear, and lithely looks behind a rock, i.e., he is disengaging.
Wait, 1 second. I think the Sentinel. Can't remember if Sentinel stops that. I can
Sentinel
stop
stops
that.
that.
Sentinel stops
Yeah.
that.
So I'm gonna use my
That-
Sentinel.
Do you have
Is that an
Sentinel?
effect? That an effect for you in bear form?
Ooh.
Yeah, I would still have it.
Doesn't it
Yeah,
involve using a certain kind of weapon?
No.
Okay. Do your darndest.
All right. If I hit a creature with an attack opportunity, the speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn.
Sentinel's
Okay.
such a bitch.
Yeah.
And I am currently raging. I cannot make that, so let's do this. Normal. 15 hit.
15 will miss.
Yeah.
Ow.
It's a good try.
Yeah, he is deft.
Certainly
So
is.
yeah, you don't even like land a blow against whatever he happens to be wearing underneath his winter robe. So I mean, you're not even sure what that is as yet. Right. So that is your action.
Oh, reaction, yeah.
Your reaction. Sorry. Okay. But his speed is 0.
If I hit, it was 0. Let me double check to make sure.
If you miss, he can continue moving.
Yeah, let me double check to make sure. Yeah, when you hit a creature with that attack opportunity, the speed becomes 0.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, he slips away. And the stone.
So did he walk toward the stone?
He like ducks behind one of the stones. Yeah. And once he has done that, yes.
I could, if I get up, I could Starry Form Chalice and
Baron.
bring myself back up to full.
Okay.
I have one more meta magic though.
Silence. I don't know. Does silence show a physical field or a visible? Wow, visible field. Or no?
Need a visible field? No.
So I don't really know if he's silenced. I'm going to Eldritch Blast the the mage, the caster, that did bad damage.
Okay.
Unless multiple of them are within 10 feet? Yeah, unless multiple are within 10 feet. Which I don't believe they are.
All right.
Are multiple of them within 10 feet of me?
You don't know where George is because he just ducked behind a rock. So it would be one as far as you know.
One. Not enough, so we're going to, like I said, use the Eldritch Blast. So that is going to be a 20 to hit.
Right. It appears to connect. His body is rocked.
To double check, just because I'm not most up to date with casters. Since we are 5th level, I get 2 beams, even though I'm not technically a 5th level warlock. It's just once I hit 5, right?
Yes.
I don't think it matters if you're a warlock or not. If you're fifth
Okay,
level, you're fifth level.
I wasn't sure if it was 5th level in the class it gets the spell or just 5th level in general. So yeah, it would both beams would go to it.
Well, yeah, the rule applies to you regardless of what class you are.
Okay. So and then the second beam. Oh, 26. Oh my god. It's like literally. I don't even know how this happened. It was literally diagonal. Like it was perfectly between the 3 and the 19, but it took the 19. Thankfully. So first hit is gonna be 8 points of damage.
All right.
Second hit is 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And
It is your turn.
wait. I still have movement,
You do still have movement.
and none of them are in attack rate, like melee attack, right?
The elf is.
Oh, he's within 5 feet of me.
No, he's. Oh, you're back there where you started, so he's actually 80 feet from you.
You said 80.
Yeah, I mean that's how far away he was when he came out from behind the rock. Razor charged toward George. You haven't moved in that direction as far as I know.
Okay, well, if they're not within range, then unless there's like something I could like get cover behind partially, I'm just gonna wait. Oh,
Yeah, I
I
mean you
just
can.
want to say, I did not realize this was actually the battle map that we were sitting on, because I can only see this
where
much of the
George is.
screen right here. So
Yeah.
I did not realize that it was actually showing combat here.
Yellow.
I can
Dead,
stop asking
somebody.
stupid questions then. I thought we were just all sitting in the top corner for fun.
Yeah. So wait, where's the guy we rushed to? This guy here, George.
I don't know where George is. That's the issue. I do.
All right. So
If there's no cover, then I'm just gonna stay there.
who's this? Oh, he just moved. Whoever that is.
There
That's
we go.
Mother.
So we're right here.
All right.
I don't know where George is. That's why I'm putting that token over here because I have no
George
clue.
has vanished. Right. So let's put him here.
Hey.
Okay, so he was here,
Mhm.
and then he withdrew somewhere behind rock. The elf.
That changed my plan entirely. Okay.
Put the elf. Come out. He was 15 feet away. That is where he still is. Right. You done, Baron?
Like I said, if there's no cover within, like, near me that I can get at least partial cover on, then I'm just gonna stay there. And
Okay.
that would, yes.
Yeah, I mean, this area is, in the absence of spike growth, relatively featureless. Yeah, I mean, the cover would be behind where George just went.
I could go give him a hug, but
You could.
do you think friendship would
so
make a
far.
difference at this point?
It might.
I don't know. You
Hug your hug.
can tell him about ponies.
I could tell him about back home and all of the wonderful things.
And yeah, and the power of friendship. All right. Mother, you are astride Drazer.
Yes.
Your quarry apparently has vanished.
Oh, that's okay. I have a full elf to replace him with. I'm gonna bring the moonbeam 60 feet over and on down onto this sucker right here.
Okay.
And he will need to make me a Constitution saving throw or take let's see. That'll be another 9 points of radiant damage.
For half.
That'll be for half.
What's your save DC?
12.
Okay. 9 points.
If they are 9 points, and if they're a shapeshifter, they cannot change and they immediately revert to their original form.
All right. That does not seem to happen.
Okay. But Moonbeam is currently on top of this square here.
Okay.
Bonus action, because that's not currently a spell. That's just continuing it.
Hmm.
You know what? I can't do 2 concentration spells. That's you know what? That's my turn. I can't do anything else, sadly.
All right. Ruin.
Okay, so this is the elf here, and he's 80 feet away, correct?
He's 80 feet away from you.
And this is, but I don't know he's hiding there. I can't see him, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I will send Tawny up into the air 50 feet closer to this guy. So somewhere in this area, I suppose.
Okay.
Is there any cover back where I am?
No, where you are, it's open land.
Where
So,
is the closest cover? Is there a tree or something I can hide behind within my movement? So my movement's
closest cover from you would be, yeah, there's like a tree 200 feet back. So, yeah, if you want cover, you kind of have to advance toward them. Or,
Well,
yeah, run back toward the tree.
I guess towards them within my movement, which is, I believe, 30 feet. Is there any cover I can hide behind closer to them?
No.
No. Okay. Then I will cast Chromatic Orb
Okay.
on this guy. am I sensing that he's more of a wizard or a druid?
So I guess based on your knowledge, druids tend to call lightning down from the sky. This bolt emanated from his hands.
Okay. I will upcast chromatic orb at 2nd level. So it should be 48 points of damage if I hit him.
Okay.
And let's go with cold damage.
Okay.
Trying to figure out how to cast it. Every time I click on it, it's just giving the description.
You can just roll a d20.
Yeah.
Work with it
Okay.
manually.
Range spell
Let's see.
attack.
Yep, range spell. I have a +7, so 12. Damn it. It's
Almost
probably a
almost.
miss. Is that a miss, I'm guessing?
Yes, that is a miss.
Okay, then damn it. I will run forward and hide behind the nearest tree.
So the trees are behind you. If you want to hide behind a tree, you will have to move
Oh, I
back.
thought you said that in front of me there was... Okay, that's fine.
In front of you, there's the outcropping, which is where George went.
Okay, then I will move back a little. Let's say 15 feet.
Okay.
And with my bonus action, I will push him back 5 feet.
No, push him toward us.
I don't think
Okay.
I can push laterally. If I can push laterally, I'll do that, but
All right. You pushed him back 5 feet. Oh, you're in the same initiative as Drazer.
sorry, I missed.
Is the
What
elf 40 feet from me?
elf is less than 40 feet from you. He is, I believe, something like 20 or 15. There.
Okay. All right.
Fewer than 40 feet.
I'll run up to him. It's like running, but. And then I'm going to do a reckless attack.
All right.
So this would be with advantage. What was the attack would be? D7, so be +7. Ooh, 20. Natural 20, so 27 to hit. It's a claws. So 2d6.
Yeah, nice crit.
You.
So 2d6 is so that's 5. Do I roll the dice again?
Yep.
Or just double it? I'll roll again.
Oh, no, roll the dice again.
Okay, so 5,
9.
9, so 14 plus 4, 18 plus 2 for rage, so 20 damage.
All right.
And then my bite attack, also reckless. So I do it this way. Advantage. 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
And a d8 plus 4. Or d8 plus 6. So 7 damage added. So 27 total.
That's actually enough to bring him down, even though it's minimum damage.
Can I take 5 steps more and just stand over his body?
Can.
He's gonna feast on it. No.
Well, technically that last one was a bite attack, though.
Yeah, you can stand over him. You
Yeah.
can't bite him again.
Not yet. But do I?
No.
What does he taste like
Yeah.
since I just bit him? Does he have tasty blood?
Sorry, did I hear you? Drazer's eating someone's leg?
Yes.
It's true in every
Yeah.
universe.
Yeah.
Full perception, Drazer.
Mother's just currently looking around for George, not caring in the slightest as Tracer's having a meal all over.
Drazer's just covered in blood dripping from his mouth.
Yeah. Roll perception.
Drazer?
Yeah.
Alright. Normal roll. 8.
I think Drazer is kind of a fast food type. It tastes like flesh. Doesn't really care. All right. Algalon, you get to make another Constitution save.
All right, before I do, so you're saying death rolls are Constitution saves, not just D20 rolls, right?
That's the way it's been the whole time.
Okay.
I guess I don't do enough damage to you.
No, I'm just making sure because technically they're not Constitution saves, but if you're ruling them,
No, I know technically they're not. But
okay, but well, this is why it's important. If they are do you count them as Constitution saves? Because my race allows me to re-roll 1 on saving throws.
That's true.
It is still a saving throw, so if you get a 1, you can re-roll. It is a Constitution save. And
badass. Okay.
And it has a DC of 15. So
motherfucker can't die.
Yeah, basically it's good for fighters and bad for everyone else.
Yeah. No, I just can't roll a natural 1 and instantly die. That's great. Unless I roll 2.
You can re-roll the 1.
Yes, I can.
Okay. You being who you are.
All right.
Don't roll 2 of them.
All right, 2 fails.
All right. So you now have 2 fails. That is correct. And subsequent to that is a shot behind the outcropping.
Behind the grassy knoll?
Yeah, behind the grassy knoll.
There had to be a second.
Drazer.
That's right.
The second shooter?
Yeah, there had to be a second archer.
If it's shooting towards Drazer, it's shooting me instead.
Baron Zapruder Deep Crest sees this bolt coming out at Drazer. And
Shoots at me instead. I will force that attack to shoot me instead, as I am currently mounted on Drazer.
All right. The attack shoots you instead. And since it hits, this is going to hurt.
Okay.
A lot. All right. So we have that. That is going to be 10 piercing plus another plus plus another 6. So that
Okay.
is 16.
Alright.
You do get to make a Constitution save.
Ready? Would this by chance be poisons or disease?
What difference would that make?
Let's see. Well, I can't be diseased, for one
Mhm.
thing.
That I know.
You know what? I don't think I have anything for poison, however.
Right. That's kind of why I was asking.
I thought as much. Alright. Con save. That'll be a 7, maybe.
All right. So you take 16 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
You also take 12 points of poison damage on top
Right.
of that. And you are now poisoned.
Okay.
Do we know where the arrow came from?
Yeah, more or less.
So whichever way it's pointing at into your arm and or torso, follow it back.
Right. Are you still up, Mother?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'll call this second shooter.
There had to be a second shooter.
Yes.
Is this also a Drazer?
Right. And it is currently Ralston's turn.
Okay.
Where are you, Ralston?
Okay. I'm basically like right next to Algala currently.
Okay. In that case, yeah, when Algalon got hit by the lightning bolt, you saw him twitch for a while, but he seems to have stopped this time. So you are aware of this because of your superior powers of observation, your peripheral vision, and the like.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to, as an action, get a health potion and force it down his throat. Like very aggressively force it down.
That you can certainly do.
Make sure. I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure I have one in my inventory. I'm pretty sure I do. Yep, healing potion, 1d4. Or the 1d4.
If it's a
Healing
normal
potions
healing
are
potion, I
2d4.
believe it's 2d4 plus 2.
Just says healing potion, 1d4. It should be 2d4. I mean, I might have
Yeah,
entered
it
it
should
in
be
wrong. I wrote
2d4
it in.
plus 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't remember it being anything special. So I believe it's a normal healing potion.
Okay. I probably just entered it in wrong.
2d4 plus 2.
Oh, so 6 HP.
Right. HP. Golan, roll 2d4.
5.
5. Be worse. You currently have 6 HP. But
Repercussions.
Your awakening. The lightning bolt seems to have struck you in the ham. So your movement rate is reduced by 5 feet. You have to make a dex save in order to be able to dash. And because of the burn that you have received, you have disadvantage on strength and dexterity checks, and also on attacks. And you get to make a con save, which will determine whether you can act this round or not. But you do have 6 hit points.
Nice. Do you want to make the con save now or on my turn?
Let's wait for your turn.
Can do.
Not acting before that anyway. In the meantime,
So me and Algalon are somewhere like around here, kind of. I take it.
I'm about where my token's at.
Oh, really? That's okay. Okay. So,
another arrow shot.
well, can I still have part of my turn left.
Yeah, you still have your turn. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to, in preparation for next turn, I am going to bonus action cast Zephyr Strike. Potentially do something with that next turn, and then I want to start it. I can't exactly hold an action or anything. I'm gonna start, and this is where George is right here. For last time we saw him.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
It's gonna move like 5, 10. I guess here. Measure it. Yeah, we'll move right there.
They're just leaving me
Like
wide
25
open
feet,
with
and
the
then my
football,
turn.
man. They've
Sorry,
never played
25.
sports. The football is in the open.
A shot. Mother. Outcropping. I'm guessing that's gonna miss. Your AC is not 13 or lower, I'm taking.
No, AC 18.
Right. Oh, that was unfortunate. For them. And it's Baron's turn.
Yeah, basically.
Can I locate any of the additional shooters?
You're not wrong,
You
Danny.
can roll perception at disadvantage.
Is that going to be my action?
No.
Then I will take that
All right.
and fail that miserably.
Yes. You do.
Have the second one. Can we just make it advantage, actually?
No. It was actually a disadvantage.
Damn. You don't make it an
Yep.
advantage. Do I see the guy that hid behind the rock now?
No.
Is that a no? Sorry.
No, that is a no. The rocks are many of them. They're jaggedy, and this guy seems to know what he's doing, at least in this respect. So you do not see him or hear him.
You speak with it on Algalon. No. Since there's not much I can do, I'll step back toward Algalon and see if maybe I can give him some aid.
Okay. He seems to be stirring, though he has not stood up as yet.
Can I hold my action for like what's the wording? It's like isn't it like helping or aiding? Like it's not actually an action you can take.
You can help if you know exactly what action the person you're helping is undertaking. You can hold action as long as there's a clear trigger. Like, this guy ducks out, I will do this.
I would like to try to help him get up and keep him covered, if that's an option.
Okay. You can set Algalon aright, keep him from being prone, which will make it so that he doesn't have to use part of his move to do that.
Yeah, we'll do that, even though hypothetically it gives rangers, it makes a ranger not have disadvantage. But I'll do it because I would like him to be able to get mobile.
Okay.
And if it's possible, as I'm helping him up, he still has the rock, or did he drop it?
Algalon?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
If that's too
Roll.
much in a turn, then I understand. But
I mean, you can see if he has the rock or not. Roll X Algalon.
Oh, that's a
Or
save. I'm sorry. It's the
whatever.
same number.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, he
Okay.
still has the.
okay, good. That's what matters.
Blood death grip.
Yes.
I told you you're gonna have to take it from my cold dead hands.
All right.
You ain't dead yet, motherfuckers. As I'm getting him up, like, come on, buddy, get up. Come on, come on.
Yes. Thank you.
Damn you! Damn you all straight to hell! All right. So is that it for you, Baron?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Mother, what are you doing?
Okay. Moonbeam goes down. Bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself, bringing my AC up to 20.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold my action until we see George, and I'm going to send my lance right into his face.
All right. Drazer.
I am going to charge into George. And then reckless attack.
He does not appear to be there.
Oh,
Slippery son of a bitch.
But you can roll perception. Or
10.
what's your passive?
15.
All right. You do not see George. However, hiding behind a different rock. You see someone that you actually recognize who is not George. You see Rob with a crossbow.
Oh, that bastard.
And well, he sees you as you charge behind the rock, since you're kind of difficult to miss.
Rob has a third character? What the hell?
He definitely looks a little
What?
disconcerted by the sight of you.
Where is he on the map?
Tell me
He was not on the map before. He is
Is this him right here?
Over
Oh,
here.
there he is.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's finish the walk up to him,
Okay.
and then I'm going to recklessly attack him.
Okay.
Lance comes down. Drazer, what size is the bear again? Is it a large or is it medium? It is large.
There is
Yes.
large.
Ooh, okay. I have advantage because I have advantage on melee rolls against any unmounted creature that is smaller than my mount. Fantastic.
All right.
Go ahead and go first.
Oh, excellent. All right. Let's see. Let's have a little bit of fun with this. Oh, damn it. 13 to hit.
13 will miss. Yeah, and
Right.
in this case, you definitely feel like, yeah, he's wearing some sort of hardened protection.
Go low.
All right. So first up is claw attack, and I'm doing it reckless, so with advantage.
All right.
22 to hit. I'm hoping that hits.
2 will hit. Yes.
All right. So we plus 6. So 9 plus a 15 damage.
All right.
And then my second one is a claws. 21 hits.
21 will hit.
And 10 damage.
All right.
And now you yell out, I'm going
Is
to kill you,
yours.
Rob.
Can't yell that, you're a bear.
Oh, I'm just going to roar at him.
Probably has the
Very
same.
distinctly.
He is
He'll know what I
cursing in
mean.
multiple languages at once, and I don't know who the fuck you are.
Yes. I don't think any of the rest of you know Rob.
Oh, I was about to say I don't know who this is.
No.
Oh. No, I think only Drazer knows him.
Okay.
All right. Ruin.
Okay, can I see who they just attacked?
Roll perception with disadvantage.
You know what? I'll just. No, I can't. That won't help. Okay. Yeah, not so perceptive.
Do not see them.
Okay. How far am I away from them? Is that accurate? The 75 or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will send Tawny closer. Let's say, well, I sent him 50 feet closer, so I will send Tawny up above them and ask Tawny what Tawny sees.
All right. Tawny sees Bearzer bearing down on this poor asshole with a crossbow.
My sense is that there's one other guy, right?
You only see one other guy at this point, yes. Behind
So
the
it's-
outcrop.
Okay. So, I will hold an action to chromatic orb the first person I see.
Hold an action for what trigger?
Seeing an enemy. Somebody jumping up to shoot or whatever.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's that. Galon. Make a Constitution save.
Right. 6.
You are stunned. So you actually have been placed upright. You're rocking back and forth, and you are unable to act. You do have 6 hit points.
Nice.
Yeah, but you also have the conditions that were indicated above.
Yep.
Bob, aka second shooter,
Yes.
does attempt to disengage Drazer. So, I guess that comes into effect once again.
At least I'm not dead yet.
And it's still reckless since I still have reckless for my movement. So 15 hit.
15.
I haven't done anything
will hit.
this entire combat.
There you go.
Like, I want to just open up a
14
can.
damage.
He goes down. Poor Rob.
I guess what you get, Rob.
Rawr! This is the bear. There's her.
Right. After he goes, well, do you do anything else or move anywhere?
No, that was my reaction. So
Good reaction.
Right. After he goes down, Mother, you get to roll another con save.
I didn't make a con save. Shit.
Yeah, you do.
Alright. That'll be a 21.
Right. Are able to resist the deleterious effect of bolt that struck you previously. It smarts, but given how tough you are, you're able to swallow your pain, and you're no longer poisoned. Well, okay. Let's stay in initiative order at least for this round, and then we shall see. Need to stay in initiative order more. Ralston, what are you doing?
Can I see what they're doing over there? Like, I imagine I saw him go over there, but do I have line of sight?
You're over by Algalon, who is
just a little bit
north of
away.
50
Yeah.
feet away. So yeah, you basically don't see. Razor has gone behind the outcropping, and Mother, who is astride Razor, is there as well.
I would probably.
You can roll. You can roll perception at disadvantage if you want.
Okay, I'll do that. Hey.
So
20,
you do see them, and you actually see a head sticking out from behind a rock. I don't think you've ever met Rob either.
I haven't.
Oh, so it's just kind of like this scruffy individual with man bun and a cloak, which is no longer covering his entire head. That's basically all you can see from your current vantage point.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll probably just move my max movement to get closer. I use Zephyr Strike last turn. So I'm gonna use the movement for it. 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and go right there.
You want me to stretch? I can stretch. It's almost my turn.
All right.
And what do I see when I get here?
When you get there,
Well, not almost my turn. the start of the turn. I'm at the bottom of the turn. I might just burrow and sit there. And
Where
hide.
are you again?
Basically
Oh.
moved over to right
So-
behind Berzer and Mother. Yeah, right here.
You see, aside from this fallen person who's kind of underneath the bear, you see the entrance to the complex where you have been before.
Oh. Okay. Guess I'll just yeah, make a note of that. And where's I'll look at Mother and say, "Where's George? You see where he went?"
Ah, no, I did not see him. We were trying to find him, and we ended up finding this one instead. Why?
I just curious where he went.
Sorry, I was more focused on current target.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Okay. All right, yeah, I'll stop. That'll be my turn.
All right. Baron.
How's Agalon look right now?
You're over by him.
Yeah, right next.
He looks wobbly. He appears disoriented. He is conscious and standing. He dark circles around his eyes, and his hair is standing up on end, including the hair on his feet.
How tall was Agalon?
Like 2'6" or something.
Hey, give me some credit. I'm 3'1".
All right.
There you go.
Fair enough.
I'm not a short guy, okay?
Okay. Looks very short to you.
Can I create an illusion of like a brick box around him?
Brick box.
Like stone, like something to make him not out in the open.
Sure.
I hope that with him inside the illusion that he can see clearly and that he's not in the dark.
You can yeah, it's not like a complete box. It's kind of a
Can he
wall.
see out of it?
He can see out of it if he makes a save against your illusion.
How about this? No, yeah. I'm just gonna box him. That's
do
what I
what you
feel like.
want to do.
Because you should be able to freely walk through it. And part of me was like, oh, I'll leave an eye visor for him to look out of. But then hypothetically, an enemy could see you still, and it like trigger a spell on you.
You can leave a murder hole.
That is.
It is a. You
It's
take
like
art. You're an architectural man. You should know this.
Yeah, it's like an arrow slit.
Yeah.
They used to.
No, that's what I was talking about. Like, I've never heard it referred to as a murder hole.
It's called a murder hole.
I think that's its official name.
It is.
Is it really?
Yes.
Murder.
Yeah.
I guess to be fair, in modern architecture, I did not research murder holes.
You should.
Well, it's not modern
You really
architecture.
should.
Yeah, it's
It
medieval.
is next.
It's medieval castle architecture, but nevertheless.
Yep. It's a really good design too.
But
Oh,
typically,
yeah.
its ceilings are gateways or passageways, I guess. So
I mean, you're a bard. You've probably been to castles before. You've definitely seen these.
can I make a murder hold wall around it?
You can. In the
All it really
interest-
matters. It's an illusion. You can just shoot out of it anyway.
Right.
The point is to obscure you.
Yes.
Oh.
Right. So that is what you do. What does Mother do?
Mother's gonna look around, do a quick check to see if she can see George.
George does not appear to be anywhere within your line of sight.
Good look over at Ralston. What is Argon's current condition?
He's standing. He's not great, but he's not dead.
I'll go check on him. Tracer, let's take a look. See if there's any damage that can be repaired.
Me above table, just realizing that Algalon's kind of slow. So he's gonna be like, why am I in a box?
All right.
This-
So, Drazer, are you retreating?
Mother, what'd you say?
Return to Algalon, please.
Oh, okay.
Nice, Dammy.
Yes, I'll take the long way around though. I'll go like this way, here, and then start heading back up, and I'll double move.
Okay.
So that's 80 feet. So I don't know. I'll probably get pretty close.
One stopping you from doing that. So that is what you do. Ruin.
I will move closer and again hold an action to chromatic orb any enemies that show their face.
Move closer to the outcropping, or
Yeah.
closer to Algalon.
I moved myself to where I moved to, closer to the dead body of the mage.
All right.
That's it. That's my action.
That is your action. Algalon, make another con save.
14.
You are no longer stunned.
Congrats.
Thank you, Baron. First off, do I think that this lethargy of my muscles, I guess is the best way to describe it, could be taken care of by a lesser restoration? Or is it something I'm going to have to sleep off over like a month?
The latter, most
Yeah.
likely.
Well, if you want me to hide, Baron, I can hide. If you want me to help, I can help. Do you have a preference?
You could just walk through it. It's just that it looked like something was going on, so I wanted you to be out of sight for now, as you seem to be the target.
Right, that didn't answer my question. Do you want me to be out of sight, or do you want me to help?
I prefer everybody to help,
Very
but
well.
if not, I understand.
I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to cast a second level healing word on myself.
All right.
For 11. And then I am going to use my action to go ahead and yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use my action to... Oh, I can't. That's a bonus action if I do it that way. I'm sorry, can I retcon?
Retcon what?
Instead of using my bonus action to healing word, can I use my action to cure wounds? At second level, same spell slot.
What was wrong with your healing word?
I can only bonus action into a constellation with my wild shape. I can't action into my constellation.
I suppose you would know that, so yes.
Yeah, I apologize. All right. Second level, cure wounds.
Okay.
So it is 2d8 plus 3 instead of the 2d4 plus 3. So that's a little bit more.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my action to cure wounds. And then bonus action, I'm going to shift my constellation form into the Archer. That's another 8.
Okay.
And then I am going to sit here because that's action bonus action.
All right. For the time being, we are out of initiative, so you can do what you want. I'm gonna be back in 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, just search this
Other
entrance.
Drazer, yeah. Mother and Drazer approach. Just everything good over there? Everything all right?
You walk up to the brick structure.
What is this? Oh, bro, what is this? What the fuck is this?
What's that Edgar Allan Poe one? The case of the Montalongo, or they put behind a wall.
Sorry, I gotta let the dog back in.
Are you two in there? Is that the situation? Very shoddy craftsmanship.
What's the wisdom save to realize it's fake?
I think it's intelligence.
Yeah, but
I
what's
think it's
the spell
investigation.
save? I guess it's Baron. What was your spell save? I guess.
Mine was 15.
Oh, okay. So let's see if my spell save.
Let me double check. Yeah, 15 save DC.
Investigation check, correct?
Yeah. I actually did good.
Yeah, she doesn't know shit.
So yeah, I know exactly.
I'm not entirely sure how you were able to destruct this in a matter of seconds.
I'm just that good.
bet-
You know this.
Well, yes, using little bits of intricacy and deception, but nothing of this measure, Baron. This is new.
You doubt me.
I did.
Oh, now you learned, didn't you?
Hmm. Sure thing, Rux. Sure thing. I'm proud of you. Anyways, we might have an issue at hand. This George fellow of yours, he's disappeared. Found two of his companions, however. One, that elven fellow, and another that was hiding within the tree line. It seems Drazer had a particular interest towards him.
All right. So, being
running up at
out
this point.
of initiative, what is it that you want to do?
Like to come running up to the group, and I think I might know where George went. The entrance to that catacomb is right there where you guys just were. That's kind of the direction George went off into, isn't it?
I would suspect so. We've arrived.
I mean, it's here. It's right here. I'm gonna actually walk back. Ivan, and can I don't know, look at the entrance. Is there any sign of like super recent activity? Because it's been like months since we've been here, right?
It hasn't been months. It's been a few Enneads to a month. Yes.
All right, so like, is there any kind of activity that's like recent, like just now, that I could possibly know about?
You can roll perception.
Okay,
And um
17.
it appears to be largely unchanged.
Okay, maybe not then.
Aaron, you might want to dismantle your construction. It seems we're going in.
I kind of like just swing my arm through it. It disappears.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay. Just pinches her temples, just. You're
Then
really fucking with my head.
I guess while
Isn't
we're
that my job?
waiting, I'm going to use another Cure Wounds level 1 to heal myself for 11. Since we're out of combat. Did Razor transform back, or is he still Bearzer?
A bear.
Alright, I won't worry about him.
All right.
So, what happened to the Dallard fellow?
He might have gone into the catacombs. Oh, there's an arrow sticking out of me. Just pulls one of the arrows out, throws it to the ground.
Oh, did you need healing?
Huh? Oh no, just a singular hit. It was mostly the poison, however, so I'm not entirely sure how that will work.
It's a bit of scratch.
It was just mostly the armor, yes, but insides do burn a little.
Well, if he knew that I had the stone, then I feel he might know how to track it, and I can't have that. Normally, I don't seek harm, but I can't have him trying to take it again.
Then we must go in after him.
Yes, that was my suggestion.
Hey,
Yes.
mother.
Yes.
This one's still alive.
Which one?
The mage.
I walk up to him.
Razor? You were chewing on his leg, but you didn't kill him?
Drizzer walks back over and starts chopping down more on him.
No,
Wait, wait, wait.
no. Just grabs him by the back of the scruff. No. I did not mean that you had to kill him now. It's a little too late. We need to take care of him.
So Drizzer will lick his face.
Wait. Does he have any?
Hungrily.
I would like to check him first, disarm him and whatnot.
Well, he's already been this leg. Come on, man. I gotta take his
Spell
arm too.
books, spell components, anything like that.
Speaking of
Roll
which,
investigation for starters.
As he's checking, I'm going to cast Shalala and bash his head in.
Well, technically, is it?
Questions. We can ask him
How-
questions.
How long?
I can
does
do that while
silence-
he's dead.
How long does silence last? Is it 10 minutes?
You can't converse with
silence.
Caesar if it's still in effect.
Yes. How long does silence last? I haven't dropped it.
At least a
Last
minute.
on the mage.
Um,
Hold on. I'll drop it, of course. I'm just fucking with you. I'm not gonna keep the silence.
No, definitely keep it up. It's more fun that way.
gonna
who's gonna
jump
bash
off.
his head in? Algalon?
Yeah,
Um,
I can't really do anything to stop
Oh.
that.
You can try and
Oh.
stop me.
I can't.
roll
I have
stealth.
nothing to.
Roll what?
Stealth.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Stealth.
Stealth. Gotcha. My apologies. 10. Pretty average.
Does anyone around have a passive perception greater than 10?
I do.
Right. Anyone who thinks that they're
interested in stopping him can roll initiative against Algalon.
Wait, we can find out who he's working
Can I help
for.
him? Can I do an aid instead of rolling against him?
All right. Whoever wants to be involved in this can roll initiative.
Yeah, Algalon's not listening to you.
I'm not going to physically stop him. I'm going to try and reason with him. But if he's not going to listen, then
Yeah.
I mean, if it's just Algalon and Drazer who are both allied in the fact of killing this guy that are rolling initiative, then yeah, I think it's obvious that this is a one-sided win.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Um,
watch. Like, I'm not gonna try to stop anyone from
No.
anything.
I just realized speak with dead also it matters. They still have their opinions of me. So if they didn't like us,
Yes.
I would not answer.
Correct.
Yes.
I thought they were forced to answer, to be honest with you.
Nope.
They are not. Which doesn't mean that he won't. He's dead. But no one
however-
is resisting Drazer and Algalon, so I will just.
Well, Baron, I'll give Ruin one chance. I'll respond to Ruin saying, "This man killed me,"
guy who we dropped in 2 hits,
and
I'm
is
quite sure was not the leader.
The guy who dropped Algalon and one is still our enemy. I'm not trying to stick up for you. I was only gonna say it to stick up for you because I thought I could force answers out of
yeah, you're not there.
that.
Hold on. I was gonna say, this man almost killed me and is after the stone that I've worked hard for. You better have a real good way to convince me to spare this man's life.
We don't care about sparing his life, but wouldn't you want to know who sent him on this task? I mean, clearly there's somebody else who's after the stone, somebody more
Let's say
powerful.
more. I mean, we have more people to kill.
I'll give
It's
you
a
one.
rare opportunity
I'll
for
give you
information,
one.
but
I'll give you 1 minute.
all right, Drazer, why don't you restrain him?
I will
think
put my
Drazer-
jaws around his head, but not clamp down.
I'll say I feel like his way of restraining would just be to take his other leg and then his arms.
And prepare to beat him with them.
I'm sorry, am I still talking to the same people that I was speaking to earlier here? What the fuck are you two talking about?
But Drazer's not saying anything, actually.
He's a bear.
He's a bear.
Yes, it's grumbling.
Go on, Ruin. You have 1 minute. Time's ticking.
Well, all right then. I will step on one of his hands, and then I'll say, "Wake him up." I don't know. I think somebody's got to heal him for like a hit point or something.
You
Does
can do
anyone
that.
put him
Yes,
for
one
a point?
moment. I'll come over. Just one? Just a little bit of a kick?
Yep. If he moves, he dies. So he might not give us anything, but it's worth an ask.
She'll
Oh,
poke her
and let me be
finger.
clear before you heal him too. Kill him regardless, obviously, but we'll give him a chance to say something at least.
Okay. I will just poke my finger against his spine. I will drop 1 point of lay on hands to give him exactly 1 hit point.
54 seconds.
Okay.
Who sent you?
Um,
For a second.
See what I did there?
I'm going. I'm
As
going
you
back
were-
over here.
the
The body here.
you were searching body before he
Yes.
was given a cure by Mother. You did see one thing that stood out. He had a necklace around his neck of metallic and colored in white.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay.
Does he have a spell book?
You were kind of like feeling around. You didn't really get a chance to investigate him closely because of the discussion that took place, but as a result of your poking around, you think that he does have a book of some sort tucked away. Yes.
Okay, well we'll deal with that after. So I'll grab up the necklace,
dude tried to
hold it
kill
in my
me.
hand,
Almost did.
and wait for him to wake up. And as soon as he wakes up, I'm gonna say, "You move, you die. You try to cast a spell, you die. All that good jazz." And we want to know who sent you.
Sent me. makes you think anyone sent me?
Last chance. Who sent you? Or your head just explodes. You feel the teeth?
30 seconds.
Gets a big smile on his face, and he says something. Before you can do anything,
Damn it.
He said he said the second that he was literally watching for any talking. So he'd already readied the action.
I know the words to Misty Step because I have it myself.
Like there were actions ready to prevent him from doing anything.
I mean, he was conversing with you, and he simply just says something. Languages do the assembled speak?
Ooh, okay.
Common.
Elven, Celestial, Infernal, Sylvan.
Okay.
Add Elvish.
Speaks Elvish?
I do not.
I do.
I do.
I do.
He's
All
a
right.
type of boy.
Let's just speak Elvish. Heard him say bye.
Kill him.
Like
Take him. Bite his head.
He's gone.
Yeah, we had the people ready in actions can't speak Elvish.
Yes. Well, and
By the time you say bye or kill him, he's gone.
yeah.
You know, I feel like if it was me on the ground, you wouldn't let me do that. But okay.
You can feel whatever you want.
I just turn to Ruin, and for the first time, you see Algalon have a very stern, angry look.
Right. Cool.
Turn back. Fine. If he
I'll
is,
ask the owl if he sees him because he can't be more than 30 feet away.
As who?
The guy who was just on the ground, obviously.
the thing is, you're acting like you know what the spell was, and hypothetically you don't. So
I know that he has lightning bolt, and I know that he fell very quickly, which means he can't be a super high level caster. The only spell he could be casting is Misty Step.
Okay. If
Unless
you
he
say
has an item or something, but that's
he's actually sustained quite a bit of damage. If it really comes down to it.
It is.
It was, I mean, you would know that it was at least 50 before he went down.
well. I'm working on that assumption because if it's anything else, I don't have any way to track him.
Okay.
So I suppose if he's within however many feet Tawny could see, if Tawny sees him.
Annie does not appear to see him. You do, however, have his necklace.
Okay.
Mother's checking over the other individual that had the crossbow. Checking
Yeah.
pockets, declothing, anything except from the undergarments and the pants, gathering them a pile.
All right. Roll investigation.
Well, I'm just declothing him except from everything but like his undergarments. So I'm just gathering them up in a pile for someone else to inspect. But I'll go ahead and check to see if I find anything. Sure.
Are you there at this time, Drazer?
Yes.
His undergarments do look familiar to you.
18.
All right. So you do find a money pouch
find several hidden daggers, and you find 2 vials of some sort of unguent or salve.
Just look over his shoulder, look at Ralston, show the
You
blade.
also sorry. Also do find a leather model or just a bauble of some sort of a hand very similar to the one that the elf was wearing around his neck.
Okay.
Mother,
I'll,
which one shot you?
I believe that it might have either been this individual here or your friend George.
If we had the
However,
scent
I'm
of
not
George, I
entirely
could track
sure.
him.
I believe that we might. He was here moments ago. You could probably get his scent.
I mean, I think he may have gone into the crypt, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence of recent activity. I don't know, not that there would be, but it's right there, and he just disappeared. I guess the elf did too.
What? Who disappeared?
The elf?
He disappeared?
Yes.
Yeah.
God.
Something. I don't know what the hell he did. He was there 1 second, then he was gone the next.
Is this why are you giving me such a hard fucking time? Okay, so, maybe they both went down. I don't know. Maybe this
Could
poor
be.
soul was not experienced in the ways of getting out of bad situations. Um, Gonna just check over the blades. Do these look like throwing knives or like just normal daggers?
They look like normal daggers.
I'll set those aside and put them towards Ralston. There was a healing salve, you said, and
I said it was a salve. Don't know
Hmm.
if it's a healing salve or not.
Okay. I'll check that in a second. And the last thing was a coin purse. How much
Yeah.
is in there?
There are
Hmm.
18 gold and 71 silver.
Go ahead and take 2 of the silvers out. Throw the rest of the coin purse at Ralston. Place 2 silvers on the eyes of the individual before her, and we'll stand and return to the others with all of his belongings in tow.
As he walks away, Drazer will knock the 2 coins off and bite his head several more times.
Okay.
Well, Mother's
Just
busy
looks
looting.
over, just okay. Fuck.
Pocket the
Does
coins and go to.
yeah. He does seem to be wearing studded leather. What it's worth.
Jazer, can you find the one scent that got away? If not, I can summon help.
I have advantage on perception checks that deal with smell.
You're a
As a
You
bear.
could
dagger.
just also taste him if that
You
helps
can
as
either
well.
nod or shake.
So can I smell George?
You can roll perception.
14.
You cannot smell George, but you do smell something familiar. You smell charnel scent of certain entities that you encountered inside this complex.
Those big ogre thingies, whatever they were.
Yes, but scent coming from them is not scent that you associate with living creatures. It smells like the grave.
Well, if we think he went into the ruin, should we go that way? Or should we keep... Maybe Ralston can track him? This man must be stopped.
I can try. So I'll go over to where I last saw him and see if I can pick up any sort of trail.
All right. Roll survival.
Not bad.
You see just the faintest traces of winter traveling footgear going inside this complex. They do seem pretty recent.
Okay, yeah, I'll see that. And yeah, he went into the crypt. All of a sudden, undoubtedly went in the crypt. I'm seeing a faint trail leading there.
Can I do either religion or arcana on the necklace?
You certainly can.
Whichever is more appropriate.
There is a second one,
Well, I guess it kind of depends on your mindset, trying to determine what it is. So it's up to you which one you want to roll.
I'll do arcana.
We
Okay.
do have two of those necklaces, by the way.
Do.
The individual that I took the items from also had a necklace of that caliber.
Um. So, what's does Ruin have a religious leaning one way or the other?
He's more of a man of science.
Man of science. All right. You're definitely aware of this conflict that's been going on back in the old world across the ocean between those that support the old established order of the High King of the Elves, the Erlkönig, and those who oppose him, which line up behind these various rebel human kings. You're not able to recall, especially given the current stressful situation, specific features of whichever order uses the symbol. But you do recall that they do support the old order. They do support the High King of the Elves.
Okay. I will relay such information.
That supports the High King of the Elf, you said? Sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
that is what he tells you.
This appears to be the symbol of that faction.
Okay.
What interest they might have in any particular magical items that we might be carrying, it's not apparent just by looking at this, but it being a very magical item, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people are after it.
With that, I'm going to use Conjure Animal once again and try and summon 2 lions.
All right. You summon 2 lions. They
Okay.
roar and look at you, awaiting further orders.
I'm going to mount one of them. Shall we go in?
Okay.
Let's. The longer we dally, the farther away he gets. I'll
I
walk
can't help
over
but agree.
to the entrance, place my hand on it, and
Um, sorry, real quick. Before we go there, can I get the lions to try and pick up the smell of the footprint if there's any scent left?
You can order them to do so.
I would like to. So they know what we're looking for.
All right. So you walk in to the cave entrance.
Our old friend.
Here we go.
And
No turning back.
No, get it off the screen. Delete the token.
Minute
Midgard, Cohen. No, I was talking about Solus.
Yes.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I got an idea.
He is here. Oh my god.
Fixed.
Fixed. Yeah. There's Cohen. He got banished from his farm and is bunkered here.
Oh, there's my old token too.
I guess. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can see because I don't know who has priority. So, fixed.
Grab a water quick.
All right. Everybody roll initiative. Yay.
Where do I actually come in at though? Just heads up. I don't actually know.
South.
So,
Right.
yeah, those who are coming in are coming in. Yeah, exactly. There.
I'll do that, I guess.
Let's move a couple more of these. Probably had time to do a little spring cleaning since the last time you were here.
Ah, my good old under 10 initiative. That's what I like. I do need to roll a separate initiative for the lions. I don't know if you want to pull a random token from the asset from the library or want me to draw something.
I think.
Are you concerned that all these dead bodies are moving?
No.
This happens every time.
Wait, you've been down here, Ruin?
No, I've just been in dungeons before.
Just
The dead bodies move, I shoot them.
Let's roll initiative for the lions, and I'll put them in.
Okay. You know what? Let's just do this.
Welcome to the $1 million question. I'll be fighting soulless. Can we kill her really quick?
Those is still here. I was gonna say, still like God.
I'm guessing this is Solus.
Okay, there's the initiative. Sorry.
That's the lions.
Correct.
That
Can we
is
roll initiative?
adjusted by something or not?
I'm sorry, what?
That is adjusted by
Their dexterity.
normal
Yeah.
dex. Okay. All right.
Can you roll initiative?
No.
Is that what's going on?
Correct.
Okay. Damn.
All right. Where are they?
About how long would you say it's been since?
It's been, I believe, around 3 Enneads.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Since the end of the fight and we came down here.
Oh, it's been like a quarter of an hour.
Damn. All right.
Most.
My constellation form goes away.
That is that.
What in the world? Using the old token, Ralston?
That's
It's on here. I might as well. Is it not? Is that why my initiative didn't pop up? This is the wrong token.
correct.
Oh,
No, it did
okay.
pop up. I'm sorry.
Did it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're down there,
Yeah,
26.
it popped up. Yeah, you good.
Oh.
Next to the suspicious call out of Walking Dead.
Don't worry about those. And oh, G's here. What's up, G?
Yeah. He's the OG.
That's the OG.
Yes.
Lady and G. Okay.
All right. Is everyone of you up there who needs to be up there?
Drug.
Yes.
Believe so,
Ralston,
yeah.
of course, is up. Well, yeah, Ralston is down from his 27 to a 26.
Yeah. That loss.
All right. It is your turn, Ralston.
Okay.
So yeah, there's like a line of these. I mean, they appear to be walking corpses. But yeah, you've seen them before. There's definitely a grave-like smell coming from them. They have unholy light shining from their eyes, and they are preparing to bum rush you. So, what do you do?
Too bad I'm all the way at
I'm
the
sorry,
end
what
of
am I
the
looking at?
order.
Everything
I
around
was
Solus
gonna.
is a living dead, so to speak.
I was gonna.
Round
set my
Solus.
growth.
Oh, this is Solus.
Yeah, where am I seeing these things at? Like straight up ahead in that
Yeah.
room up there?
Solus is back here. Yeah. In that cave.
And that's where the everything's coming from, right there, essentially.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be on brand for souls to come back here, investigate, and then die.
I guess I will open fire on the closest one.
All right.
15.
15 will hit.
7 piercing.
All right. Is that it for you?
No, is that one still standing? The one I shot, is it still up?
Yeah, that one is still up.
Yeah, I will shoot again. Same target.
Okay.
25 to hit. So 10 piercing.
And piercing. All right, still up.
Damn. Okay. I'll use my. This is my Dread Ambusher shot. If it hits, it's another. Yeah, an extra 1d8.
Okay.
That hits, I'm sure. So. Oh, another one. So 8 damage.
All right. So that one goes down. It'd be this front one here. And that is your turn, yes?
Nope. Then the next one behind it, I get one more attack and a bonus action attack it.
All right.
Wow, 25. 6. I've been hot in combat in this campaign lately.
Yep.
Um,
All right.
then you just make sure it's still a Bearizer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, make sure then I'll just kind of like duck back behind Bearizer and just like give him a little pat as I walk past. And then I'll end my turn.
All right. So then the rest of them will rush forward. There's that one. On Bearser. Will place themselves there.
How
The
many are
rest
on
of
him?
them kind of bottle up the entrance here.
Oof.
Yeah, as if we had a fireball right about
How
now.
many are currently attacking him?
Only 2 can fit there.
I'll take one of the hit for him.
Okay. So they do get 2 attacks. Are you taking just one of the attacks?
No, I'll take both attacks from one of them.
All right.
If they're all going for Drazer, that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So the first one you deflect will attempt to bite you.
Right, AC 18.
That'll hit.
Hits.
And that will do 11
Okay.
piercing damage.
Got it.
And then it will flail at you and try to scratch you. Ignore the
That'll
plus.
miss.
Ignore the +2. Just haven't taken that off.
Gotcha.
Oh, actually, don't ignore the +2. Oh, do ignore the +2. That is actually AC 17, which I guess misses.
Miss. AC
All right.
18.
So that is against you.
Yep.
Then against Bearzer, bite is a nat 20. Are you currently raging?
Not yet.
Baron, if you can see that. that you could reaction.
Oh, well, if sure, why not? Definitely don't want him taking too much damage. So can I reaction silvery barb that?
So he must roll again and have it be at disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right.
Give someone advantage on their next roll.
Yeah, ignore the +1, but that'll still miss.
And then you choose someone to have advantage.
Yeah, I'm just like reanalyzing who could use the most with advantage right now. I'll give it to
Yes.
You giving it to?
Drazer. Basically the next person that is in danger in the combat line of list
Okay.
because it seems like Ruin's back here with us right now.
So use Silvery Barb's the bite, which is actually not the attack that counts. And then he will slash with his claws a Drazer. Okay, it's not a natural 20.
Yeah,
It's still
dodging the crit. That's all we're doing here.
right, but thing is, Drazer will take. Much damage. 4 from the claws, but you do have to make a Constitution save.
He does have advantage on it, I believe, because I don't think he can choose when to use it, right?
No, he doesn't.
Either way, I'll
He
use
can
it
choose
on
when
this
he
one.
wants it.
It's the next roll.
Choose it.
Has advantage on the next attack roll, ability, or check, or saving throw.
Nice.
Okay.
21.
Good
Oh.
shit.
Right.
Now you don't get
So-
poisoned.
Yeah, it is just 4 points of slashing. And it is the lion's turn. Although whether they can get at anyone is a separate issue.
The one behind Mother and Drazer, I was having as the lead to see if he could smell out which way George went. Because I highly doubt he went through the undead unless he's controlling them.
Does he have advantage on olfactory perception?
They
As a
do.
lion? All right, roll that.
17.
Do you communicate with your lions?
I just talk to them. They understand me. They can talk back in lion, but that's about it.
Okay. So what are you saying to them?
I'm seeing if the one in front here can find the scent of the tracks that George left.
He appears to roar in the affirmative. Ah.
And all right, and can you? So talking to it takes no action from me.
Yeah.
But yeah, can you point about where he went, or where you're picking the scent up?
They appear to indicate the space behind these Walking Dead.
Fair enough. How tall is the ceiling?
Ceiling is about 15 feet tall.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna have this one behind Drazer and Mother just watch that door, and then I'm gonna have this one that I'm on try and move me up behind them, and I would like to use my. Let's see. Action is going to be. Does it look like they're all queuing, waiting, or are they shuffling around back there?
They're doing something in between, shuffling around, but yeah, they seem to be going up and kind of like ready to throw themselves at you. They don't seem like they're particularly concerned about their own safety.
Mother, healing cure or poison cure?
Healing would be preferred. I think it's the lion's turn.
Oh yeah. Okay, I forgot it's the lion's turn. Yeah, I'm gonna have the lion hold take the dodge action, and that'll be. So yeah, the one at the door is gonna just sit at the door and wait, and the one I'm on move up there and it's gonna take the dodge action.
Okay. Ruin.
Sorry, I forgot separate turns.
Yeah, I'm gonna shatter all of them.
You can reach all of them.
Where's
Unless
Murphy?
is that a guy right there? I don't know. I can't tell.
That is an old drawing that was
There is a body behind.
up by
So
someone.
underneath it.
There is a body behind it, but
That's
Yeah.
that's the second shooter. He's in the bushes.
hey, welcome back, Callan.
Let's actually get rid
How
of
is your
this
Wednesday
because
going?
That was just an illustration as opposed to anything else. Yeah. So the answer is you can reach all of them.
If it's within the circle, I suppose.
Okay, so yeah, I'll bet that one. All right. You get a save.
It is a DC 15.
Probably a deck save or con.
God,
Which kind of save?
hang on. I'm trying to make it casted in the thing.
Are you on D&D Beyond?
I'm in roll 20.
Oh, okay.
That's a magic missile. Disregard that. I keep pressing the
Um,
shatter and it won't friggin' cast it.
How's my night? Not too
Oh, it's
bad.
got to be telling me. Okay, never mind.
Not too
Sorry, he's
bad.
asking me what level. I was at. Yeah. 3, 1, 1, 1.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Fucking wrecked.
This is the end of this campaign.
It's 3. Yeah, 3 on all of them, I guess.
Okay.
Congratulations, you still do more DPS than I've done the
Yeah,
entire
dude,
time I've played this character.
quite a bit of accumulative damage, honestly.
Except one that's out of range. All right. So you shatter
The
them.
fuck was that?
I tried to show description and I summoned Cthulhu.
Nice.
My bad.
Yeah, like Sia puts the link in chat, which I find kind of funny.
All right. That is what you do, Drazer.
All right. As a bonus
Yeah,
action, I'm going to
nothing too
rage.
special. Finished work, had some dinner. Now we're coming to the end of
And,
the session. We're gonna end around midnight.
one of these two in front of me is
Usually.
down. Are they, or are they both up?
One is down.
The one that's not down, I'm going to just attack. 2d6 plus 6. No, I'm not doing reckless, so 12. That was the 12 hit.
12 hits.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
6, so 12 damage.
All right.
And then the other one, 10 probably does not hit.
And does not hit. Do you do 12 altogether?
Yes.
Oops.
All right.
I got
I'll
rid
hide
of
you from that.
my
Gotcha.
Twitch chat. 1 second.
All right. Now the fun starts.
Uh-huh.
So behind
All right, there we go.
these shambling, carnal-smelling humanoids, this entity comes. They kind of part partially in order to allow her to come forward.
No, don't
So, I
say
mean,
her.
do all clearly see her? Yes. And as you do, first thing is
Does she have any tails?
tails. No, she does not have any tails.
Okay.
However, she has a vaguely elfin appearance about her, but she definitely looks frightful. I mean, you've probably all encountered elves in your lives before, but
In my life,
her visage is
there are
such
moments
that
of elves.
entire power of the race is manifested on her face, and as she scans your group, you all must make a wisdom save, and this is before anything
boy.
else happens.
Is this against being frightened?
Yes, it is.
I have advantage.
Is this a magical
Definitely.
effect?
Yes, it would be.
I have advantage on wisdom, intelligence, and charisma.
And I'm guessing the lions as well.
Alliance as well.
Oh, Brandon senses.
Dang! Lions aren't afraid of anything.
Hercules,
I
Hercules.
have advantage because it's my favorite terrain.
Frickin' rangers, man.
I haven't
I think
rolled
you
yet
would-
because I'm just checking to see if I have anything that can help me against this before I roll.
Are you an
I
elf?
think you have advantage on saves.
You're a fae, you
Yes.
might. Check your racial.
That's what I was just doing. I don't.
I think he's Fey. I think he's human.
I'm Faye.
You're Fey.
Remember
He's...
the whole thing where we talked about.
Yep.
Oh, no. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Ralston.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have anything. Oh, good luck, me. Huh? Okay, that could have been worse, honestly.
Right.
Good rolls,
Oh.
Like a
honestly.
+1, so I was like real afraid there.
Ruin, Ralston, Erzer are all frightened, which will affect things when it comes to their turn.
Algalon remembers
However,
this.
that is not the worst of it.
Oh.
Worst of it is that everyone must make a Constitution save, as this entity emits a shriek.
Shit, fuck.
Shit.
I think we found our freaking banshee.
Is this against being frightened?
No.
Damn.
Again, is this a magical effect?
It is a magical effect, yes.
Okay.
That's rough.
Okay.
Save. Nope. Yep.
Please. Okay.
It's like an opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not scared, but I'm deaf now.
Not deaf.
No.
Deaf.
Continue.
Algalon, Baron, and Algalon again?
The
Let's see.
lions.
The lions. Algalon, Baron, and the Lions are at 0 HP.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Gotta love Banshee Whale.
The rest of you have saved.
Okay, a question. When you say 30, like when you hit 0, like we are
At 0.
stable down or
Zero.
You're at
ready
0.
to start taking death saves?
You
Death
will
save,
start
baby.
death saves.
Okay. 30.
aka Constitution saves.
Woo.
Those of you who saved, which are the rest of you, take
Ooh.
uh, 11 psychic damage.
Yeah, I think it's murder time. I hate to be that guy, but myself and the lions failed, and I was riding one of those lions. It is a large beast compared to my small stature.
Yes.
I was just making sure there wasn't any problems with that.
Why would there be?
We both died. And when they die, they disappear because they're summoned.
Oh. Well, yes.
You're not dead, you're unconscious.
Yeah, but I'm dropping
lions
from a
are dead.
large creature that disappeared. So I just didn't know if there's any issues with that.
Oh, you're like trying to see if you were crushed underneath it?
Or if there's...
He's falling on his brain
Yeah.
from like 10 feet.
It's not 10 feet. They're not that tall. They're lions.
Yeah.
I feel that tall to you.
Well, especially given the fact that they are summoned creatures and they do disappear. Yeah, nothing more untoward than being dropped to 0 is going to happen to you.
Okay. Just checking.
All right. So that is that. And Mother, are you still alive?
Yes, I am.
All right. It is your turn.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Get Algalon up. Get Algalon
Not
up.
looking great. Okay.
Get Algalon up.
Going to bonus action Shield of Faith onto myself. Action, I am going to reach down and lay it on hands Algalon for 10
There
as
we go.
my action. Algalon, you get 10 hit points back. And that will be my turn.
Okay. We'll get to Algalon in a second. You see. A shot toward you from behind. All of these charnel smelling individuals.
Who is he shooting?
He's shooting Drazer. I'm assuming means he's shooting you.
Drazer, how you feeling on their form right now?
I'm doing just fine.
Okay, you please take this hit.
He's a bear. He's fine.
He's a
I'm
bear.
not looking great. I have a high AC, but I don't want to risk it right now.
All right. I think that's gonna miss anyway. AC 13 hit you, Drazer?
No. It's 15.
That is a miss. So yeah, this shot kind of rings out, And that is about it. Algalon, you are in the process of rising. Make a con save for me, please.
7.
You are stunned. But also roll 2d4.
Boxcar.
Boxcar. Oh, half a boxcar.
Yeah. Split
Um,
down the middle, like we're about to be.
right.
It's always good when the DM chuckles like that.
Yes.
The other thing better is hearing the sound of fireball dice at the table.
No such luck. Not in this case. Kind of tacky to cast fireball after you've already cast lightning bolt. Roll percentile for me, Alkaline.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Right down the middle.
Nice. Right.
All this dying and coming back to life has activated the Alchemist Stone and Algalon's ascended?
Kind of. Yes.
Oh my god.
Baron, are you still up?
You hit me with a 0. You put me to 0. So unless I was healed, no, I am very much still down.
All right. So you get to make a Constitution save. All right. You have one failed death save. Your name at the moment. And we are to Ralston.
Sorry, I muted. Mother, did you give me that salve? Or did you keep that?
I kept that. I can
Okay.
give it to you if you need it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what I can do for Baron other than stabilize him. Uh, and what's Algalon looking like right now? Like he's out of it?
Algalon is
I'm on my back because I'm still prone.
rolling up the floor and babbling incomprehensibly.
Okay.
Hey,
And I'm
remember last
feared.
time Algalon was here?
Yes, I do. It wasn't great
Yes.
for Algalon. And what are the effects of me being feared? Is it disadvantage
You
on
must
attack?
move away as fast as you possibly can.
Isn't that turned?
I would say, is this one that you actually have to run from, like a special fear or a regular fear? Because regular fear means you just can't approach.
Yeah,
Can
fright
approach
means
disadvantage
you
on
can't
ability
approach
checks
and
and attack
no
rolls.
go.
So do I have to move away?
No. You can't move closer. And you have disadvantage on attack rolls.
Okay.
Ability checks.
I guess yeah. I'll try
I am not having
to,
good combat tonight. I haven't been able to do crap. I've been dead twice.
Stabilize Baron, I suppose. Oh, there he is. Nope. Ivan?
Oh,
Nope.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what was happening here. You have the frightened condition, which means you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and you can't move closer to the source of your fear.
I've ability or disadvantage on all attack rolls, not just the thing that's fearing me. And ability
Yes.
check. Oh shoot.
While you're in its eyesight, yes.
Okay. So I mean I guess I could still try to. It's gonna be a disadvantage. Yeah, I'll try to stabilize Baron.
Okay. Make a medicine check.
6 if it's at disadvantage. Shit.
All right. You're not really sure what to do with him as blood begins to emanate from his ears.
Okay. I mean that's not good. Not a doctor, but
You play one on TV. All right, so this guy moves forward. They're going to attempt to deal with Drazer. So first one is a bite, which misses, and a claw, which is AC 17. That hit you, Drazer?
Yes.
All right, so you will take 7 points of slashing damage and have to make a con save.
Days, aren't you raging?
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't really do anything with con saves. No, just strength saves. 16.
All right. You have no further ill effects.
The one day I make con saves.
Yes.
It's all right. I'm failing all your con saves for you.
There you go. That's exactly what you want to hear. The second one attempts to bite you and get the nat 20. Which means you will take 19 points of piercing damage.
Reduced to 9 for rage.
Reduced to 9 for rage, and then the other one will claw you. AC 12 misses, I'm assuming.
Yes.
All right. So that is it as far as what you suffer from them. The lions are gone.
Yep.
Ruin, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
I mean, is the character still there? I know you're still
Yep.
there.
I'm still here, still standing.
And not frightened?
No, I'm frightened, but none of the things I'm gonna do is it gonna affect.
Okay.
I'm just gonna shatter again.
All right.
Now she's
So-
right in the middle of it.
Let's not roll all ones this time.
All
That would be great.
Let's say that 4.
You mean 6?
Hey, there we go.
15. There we
Not too
go.
bad.
Not bad.
I really need to gain a level, so I have Fireball.
Right.
Sick of being level
Nice.
4. Anyway.
Really nice.
All right. So that is you. And you're You're staying put.
Well, if that 15 to all of those guys, if there's now a hole where Drazer is, where those two guys are, if those guys happen to die, I'll push Drazer up one.
Well, we'll say yeah. You can push them forward to stand on top of them. They don't fall, but they're definitely smaller than he is.
Well, I don't want to push it in such a way that they can get around him. So if that's not the case, then I'm thinking plug the gap, but I don't know if that's the case.
The gap would be difficult to plug. So I guess he'll be staying put here as to be able to protect the rest of you.
Yeah.
All right. It is Drazer's turn.
Oh, do we get additional saves to resist the fear?
You will on the start of your next turn.
Okay.
Okay. So there's only one in front of me, right?
There are two. I just moved one back.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they've both taken some damage.
All right. The first thing I'm gonna do is do a cure wounds on me for as a bonus action.
But you're a bear.
Yeah, it's not. I don't actually have to cast it. It's as a
Moondrift
shapeshifter.
things.
Moon
Yeah,
Druid ability.
things.
Gotcha.
Healing word is what you're looking for.
No, it's
Oh
just
yeah,
cure wound.
same thing.
Yeah.
He's using one of his wild shapes to cure himself.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. No, I actually burn a spell slot.
Yeah. It's a side effect of the wild shape, not
Yeah.
the wild itself.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, expend one spell slot. I gain 1d8. So 8. All right. 16. All right. And so I have disadvantage on all attacks.
Does he roll at the start of his turn or the end of his turn for that frighten?
He doesn't roll yet. You roll on your next turn.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and attack the guy. I'm going to do the guy directly in front of me.
All right.
I have disadvantage, so I'm gonna make sure I mark it as disadvantage. So claw first. 14 hits.
14 hits.
And then it's 2d6. So 8 plus 6, 14 damage.
All right. You're hitting that one or the one next to him?
The one right in front of me.
Okay. So he is down.
All right. The one to the next to me is be a claw. Then 8.
That misses. And that elicits an opportunity attack with claws. Yeah. Which also misses.
Oh, that's pretty sad. They're just swaddling at each other.
Yeah. All right. So that's it for you.
Yes.
The lady retreats further down. Mother.
Okay. Mother is currently on Drazer's back as he's still up there. Which one went down?
One in front of me.
Yeah, the one right in front of him.
Okay, so I'm gonna direct the lance attack towards the one on the left. Wait, is Baron still down?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I dismounted from Drazer, would I be taking attacks of opportunity?
You very well might be.
I can't move. And don't have a range. Algalon, if you make that roll, please drop some healing. Yeah. I have to turn around and go ahead and make some attacks. I'll bring the lance around to the left one.
Just out of curiosity, can we still see the Banshee?
Do you have dark vision?
No, I do not.
No.
That means since we can't see her, that means we're no longer frightened.
Yes.
Oh, at least as long as his fear is within our line of sight.
Mother, if it makes you feel better, you can hear me babbling incoherently. I don't know if that changes what you're gonna do.
Unless I can dodge some heavy fucking attacks.
All right. So
I
you
can't
want
do
to launch
anything.
that one? You can
I
launch-
have to attack. Yeah, there's not much I can do.
All right.
Attacking with a lance onto the one onto the left. Drazer is still a bear, so I have advantage. Lance down. That'll be a 22 to hit for 13 points of piercing.
All right. You skewer this one.
All right. That one down. 10-foot range with the lance. Gonna bring that one down as well. Second attack will be a 20 to hit for 16 points of piercing damage.
All right. And then you
And
that one as well.
uh yeah, that will be my turn. We don't have healing. Yeah.
All right. So one will duck out. Maybe one last shot. Grazer.
Did I take that hit?
Can you?
I can. I have an AC of 20 right now.
In that case, you get missed.
In that case, I also, since he's attacking him instead of me, I can use my attack of opportunity on him with my Sentinel feat.
Well, except that he's not within your reach. He just
Got an arrow.
runs forward, shoots, and then goes back.
Never mind. Yeah,
So,
that ain't
yeah.
Deflect the shield. Bring that out.
Algalon, roll another con save.
Can do. Oh, it gets better.
Yes.
We're going for Thaco, right? Okay.
You continue your babbling.
Continue my babbling.
Baron,
All right.
did you get cured, Baron?
Haven't been told to heal, so I can guess another con saving throw, right? Was that a yep?
That was a yup. Yes.
Oh, it's all good.
Hey,
Okay.
Alright.
Oh,
Nice.
there you go.
You are conscious and no longer stunned.
Did that end my turn? Like, was that at the end of my turn, or?
That was at the beginning of your turn.
Okay. Do I see the thing that shrieked at me and put me down?
You have dark vision.
I want to say no.
All right. In that case, you do not.
Okay, then I'm going to exclaim, "What the fuck was that?"
It was a banshee.
And I'm gonna get to my feet painfully.
That's what we were scared of. You met.
I'm still on the ground babbling incoherently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's Algalon. Doesn't have a good time usually when we come down here.
Yep.
Did it take his brain? What
No,
was left of his brain?
no, he should be fine. He's living. Oh,
Now, do we put him out of his suffering? I don't.
You do anything?
oh no, just give him a moment.
Uh,
We come to.
I can't really do much as I get up and I can't see anything. So
It's fire.
There's zombies down there at the end of the
All
hall.
right.
there's zombies.
Yeah.
Can I like I can't see anything. What you said, right?
You can't see the lady that made you frightened and wailed at you. You can see the line of what you think are zombies raid across the cavern.
Why can I not scroll? Why can I not scroll on this webpage at all?
Resize your window.
Oh, hold on. It's because I maybe it's because I didn't do my success. No, my character keeps break. I might have to refresh. I guess I'll cast an Eldritch Blast into the zombie packs. Hit
Okay.
whatever I hit, I guess.
All right. Roll your attack.
First one is going to be a 6. Second beam is a 24.
All right. Which one are you shooting at?
This one.
Dead.
That one's down.
Oh, is
This
there a
one-
skull?
This one.
I
and
didn't
the
see a skull marker on that one. That's sorry. Like I was looking for it.
It's there.
The two in the straightest shot that are alive.
Might be, yeah. Yeah, the skull is part of the wall. That's why you can't see it. But
Ah.
you can see that one. So that one goes down.
And then. Oh, wait, I didn't roll damage.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Then I guess an 8 for the other one.
Yeah. Okay, that one is still up. We done?
That's double checking. Sort of bonus action. How many people are around me? I am going to use my bardic inspiration to give the 4 people that seem the most in need bardic inspiration. Mother is low. How's Drazer looking?
As a bear, kind of low.
Low for a bear.
Low for a bear.
Yes.
Who still has Drazer and another bear.
That's what I'm saying. Algalon's gonna get it for sure. Maybe he can come to his senses with it. How How's Ralston looking?
Fine. I'm unscathed as of right now. I'm a little frightened. Like I guess I got like a frightened look about me, but I'm fine other than that.
Ralston and Ruin. Yeah,
Are you at a D8 yet, or is it D6?
D8. Can you please come back to consciousness? We really need you.
I'm conscious. I don't know.
Okay, full consciousness. Damn it, you get what I'm coming at. You're not even in your own brain right now. I wouldn't call that conscious.
That ends your turn.
Yeah, that's what I got.
All right. Let's do Ralston, and then we'll expedite things.
Okay. What do I have to do for the frightened status?
You have to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
You are no longer frightened.
Okay. I guess just then look out in front. Do I have any kind of clear shot at these zombies here where I'm at? Have you
Yeah,
looked here?
you can get a clear shot at the zombies.
Okay, then I guess I'll start. This is the one I think Baron hit with the Elder's Blast. It didn't drop.
Right.
Yeah, I'll start shooting at him.
Okay.
18.
All right.
8 piercing.
That'll bring him down.
Okay, and then I will. Uh, can I see anything else? Like, can I see this one or this one?
And you can see this one.
Okay, I will shoot at him.
All right.
14 to hit.
14 will hit.
6 piercing.
That will bring him down.
Okay. And you know there's zombies in sight?
Not without you stepping forward.
Okay, no, I'm not going to do that quite yet. I'll just kind of look over, kind of concerned at Algalon. And then just end my turn.
All right. So in their turn, the remaining zombies or so-called zombies seem to withdraw. And you feel tremor through you and apparently like pass through the ground.
You better not say the roof caves in.
So you feel yourself shake and
You better not say the roof caves
begin
in.
to see this kind of like fluorescent shapes, somewhat worm-like, begin to emanate from your own bodies. And you feel like your bodies are no longer entirely yours. They're changing somehow in ways that are outside of your control.
Algalon was going to go back and save his sister. Oh.
And again, in the interests of expediency, you
I can only imagine what Rune's thinking right now.
proceed to investigate parts of this complex after the zombies have withdrawn. At one point, the stone that you have does begin to glow, and it puts the shaking to rest. And Yeah. Search more of this complex, you discover a statue of apparently an elven woman that does vibrate somewhat, but doesn't appear to explicitly harm you. And yeah, at that point, I guess you decide to either investigate further or to return back to base, wherever that might be. And
George got away, I'm guessing.
George got away.
Oh, George.
Yeah, at least for the time being. But you do end up discovering the meaning of the symbol that he was wearing around his neck.
Okay.
So the symbol seems to represent an organization called the White Hand, which is society includes spies, teachers, preachers, who are allied with the old order. But you do learn that their main goal is essentially to keep the colonists from discovering more about this land.
Oh yeah, I had to die then.
Yeah. Because they are concerned that if more is learned, and humans will rediscover the secrets of immortality, will be able to shake off the tutelage of the elves and the Erlkönig, and will ultimately learn that this is actually the original homeland of the elves from which they escaped thousands of years ago in the wake of deadly fratricidal war. Came across the ocean, met humans, established tutelage over the humans, taught them various arts, including magic, but subsequently tried to do their best to keep them from discovering this land, because this land not only put the elves in a bad light because it made them seem like they're kind of like petty and fratricidal and engaged in clan warfare, but also this was the land which gave them their own immortality. So yeah, that is subsequently what you come to learn. But you do retain the possession of the stone.
They could have asked. I wasn't going to tell the humans any of that.
Oh,
No, I knew
yeah,
all of that. I did.
yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah, from the
But
Frog
yeah,
books.
that
Yeah.
unfortunately is where we're gonna have to end things.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. It's a good run.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was hoping it was going to come up that in the game that I could bring all that up to the group, that the land is, dude was researching immortality. It was originally the elves, and it changed them, and the sea elves. And
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You learn that as a result of the war took place here 3,000 years ago, all the survivors, including the surviving elves, were driven underground, and to survive for a millennia or more without any sunlight. And the upshot of the war essentially poisoned the land. The way is to produce all this weird flora and fauna.
See, kids, that's why when you play D&D, if the DM gives you books, read them.
Yes,
That is exactly what you learn subsequently.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that was in the Frond books. All of it.
Most of it, yeah.
Well, most of it. Yeah, my bad.
But yeah, this being midnight, I'm going to have to go out, and I will go for playing.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for DMing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hopefully our paths cross again sometime.
I wish
Oh,
this
yeah.
could have gone on more, but for practical and logistical reasons, this is where we have to end things.
Ivan, you know full well that you have a space at my table at any time.
Same.
I thank you.
If for some reason Brack actually manages to get me to like being a DM, then I would offer the same. But that is still to be determined.
I almost
All right.
have him doing a one shot.
There you go. So yeah, Rob, you're certainly welcome to take over the alternate Wednesdays and do as you see fit.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'm not
Alright.
gonna lie, when I heard you say the floor was rumbling, I was like, he's gonna have the roof cave in, isn't he?
Too
That
easy.
was great.
Too easy.
Way too
The
easy.
meme would finally come to life. I've
Yep.
heard that expression so many times, it never actually happened.
It'll happen.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Have a good one.
Have a good
Have a
one.
good one, Ivan.
Well,
Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Yep. And best wishes.
Likewise.
You too.
And that's where we're going to end the stream here. That is the last session of Saltmarsh. A little anticlimactic, but hey, so is whenever you end a set game prematurely. We'll be back on tomorrow for Resident Evil speed runs, and yeah, we'll see what our Wednesdays hold. If we don't extend the game, then Wednesdays will be Resident Evil. If we do extend the game, it'll be D&D. But until next time, if no one told you yet, we love